let's talk about that. We need to do this.
Okay, I will forget. That's just what we're saying. You just have to give notice. Let's see, all right. Yep. Kelly and I did that in, David Young, I never heard of that before. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
What is your first name?
Miranda.
Miranda, and
I would get that amended.
I think Chester, I think it'd be all right. If they objected on Tuesday, they could possibly.
Well, I don't think it needs to go back. I don't think it.
No, we should look it out. I already said it was 45 minutes. Like it has to be, it has to go back, it has to go something like not fairly. I don't think you need it. Yeah, you can just, if they say that like I did with that guy, or that guy did it, you know, you're both, if you get those, then you can just offer that, because it just says like, their manager says that, but that's not how it's like the person is responsible for actually that they do. Right.
Different judge, certain judge.
You can amend two different charges, even as long as it's fairly included. No, maybe you're right. Here's this concept. Go and put it through.
That's what he looks like. You don't see me out of here. You don't see me out of here, bro.
Yeah.
That's the thing. What is this? All straight.
So this is what we're going on. No, it's Tim Gilbert prosecutor. And it's all. That'd be.
Oh, no, the way around it is not lost for her.
Foundational.
Right.
slightly different because it's all offensive conscious objection. Like the attempts to insult is different than knowing. So you can charge it. It says attempts to cause. So you can charge it attempts to cause, and then murder and element to death. I think that's stretched out.
I was trying to get him. I was trying to get you with the door. I was going to get him.
No, you didn't get it.
You got him. Did he stand up? Did he?
He said, is that the judge? I go, that's Judge Bailiff.
I was still trying to get him. He opened the door. that needs to be finished? Can you leave them out?
Oh, yeah.
So, one day, one is the longer instructor. We wanted to see each day separate.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, each day will be its own document.
Yes.
So if you want to take
Continue.
volume one and then
Yes. Yes.
that's what I want to find out. So when she gets down on Friday, oh, good.
I mean, there's some stuff.
Yeah.
No, really good.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, so good. Thank you so much.
Thank you. robbery, the county had, where they had prosecutors on it, you know. And that case was like, just, I mean, it's just like that. I think it was already on parole for license.
Are y'all ready? If everybody could please turn off their cell phones for me. Or if you put them on mute, please do not take any pictures. Anything of that sort. Appreciate you, thank you very much. There's no judgment. All right. Oh yeah. The Honorable Second Court, Division 17 is now in session. Pursuant to adjournment, the Honorable David C. Mason is presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, bailiff. You may all be seated. Okay, I think we were still in the presentation of evidence by respondent. Did you have a witness on stand when we stopped?
Yes, I did, Judge. Detective Nickerson.
All righty. Sir, please keep in mind that you are still under oath. Counselor, you may inquire. And just so we have a clean record, bright red sleeves are so highly inconsistent with everything else I've heard that there can literally be no relevance to it. So, there you go.
Thank you, Judge. May I inquire?
You may inquire, Counselor.
So, good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
You were here yesterday providing testimony to the court, correct?
Yes, I was.
And as you recall, kind of where we left off yesterday, Lamar Johnson and Philip Campbell were stopped by another detective in a car, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified yesterday that you searched the car.
I did.
After searching the car, do you go back to the police station?
Yes, ma'am.
Are Lamar Johnson and Philip Campbell also transported back to the police station?
Police headquarters at 1200 Clark.
Thank you, police headquarters. When you arrive there, what happens?
Lamar Johnson and Philip Campbell, there was 2 interview rooms respectively. One was in one was in the other. When I got back to the office, I immediately talked to Lamar, and then I talked to Philip Campbell.
And let me ask you about that. When you talked to Lamar Johnson, did you read him Miranda?
I did.
And did he, what did he say after you read him Miranda?
He understood his rights and that he would be willing to make a statement.
Did he sign any forms to that effect?
I don't believe so, no.
But he did say he understood and he would talk to you, correct?
Correct.
He never asked for an attorney?
Correct.
At that point? What, if anything, did he tell you?
I advised him that he was going to be questioned relative to the fatal shooting of Marcus Boyd that occurred on October 30th. And he stated he understood and he'd be willing to be interviewed.
What, if anything, did he tell you at that time?
That he would have never shot Marcus Boyd. Marcus Boyd was his friend.
Did he mention that he was at his girlfriend's house on Lafayette?
He mentioned that he was at a house on Lafayette, his girlfriend's, yes.
Did he make any other statements at that time to you?
To me?
Correct.
No. It was probably 10 to 15 minutes at best.
After making that statement to you, did another detective talk to Lamar Johnson?
I didn't know.
Are you aware of a different detective talked to him?
Yes, I am.
What detective was that?
Detective Ralph Campbell.
And Ralph Campbell, was he talking to Lamar Johnson about a different homicide?
That was his intent, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Detective Campbell's interview is reflected in the police report?
I am.
Is your interview with Lamar Johnson reflected in the police report?
It is.
Are you aware that Detective Campbell also testified at trial?
I have no idea.
Did you testify at trial as well?
I did.
Did Detective Campbell tell you what Lamar Johnson told him?
Yes.
Why did he tell you that?
Well, it was...
Judge, I'll ask a better question. What did Detective Campbell tell you?
Objection, this is double hearsay, we're talking about what Lamar Johnson,
How do you know it's double hearsay?
well, if we're about to.
Why don't you approach? best way to deal with me.
Tell you about the interview he had with Lamar Johnson.
Detective Campbell's intent when he went in to talk to Lamar Johnson was relative to another homicide, and he explained that to Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson went on to make several statements to the effect that they should have never let the white boy live. And it just carried on and on and on in several different...
Did he indicate to you which white boy he was talking
No,
about?
no, sir. But there was only one white boy that I know of.
That you knew of?
Yes, sir.
The only reason I'm asking is I've heard evidence that he may have been engaging in a drug distribution business that would involve, whites as well. In fact, I heard some evidence that there might have been another white person in the immediate vicinity, another white male. What was the context?
The context
do you know
was...
the context of the statement?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The context was, we should have never let the white boy live.
That's what he said directly to a police officer?
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out how that could come out.
I wasn't in the room.
Like, tell me, Lamar, why did you know that there's a white boy who was saw what you did, is going to testify? Then he comes back and says, oh, shoot, we never should have let the white boy live. I mean, you don't have any context for that?
Do I?
Yeah.
I didn't get it from him. I don't know. There were several statements made to Detective Campbell.
Is this Detective Campbell, does anybody know if Detective Campbell is available?
Judge, it's my understanding that Detective Campbell has had some sort of health issue that's caused him, caused him to not have a memory issue, or I'm sorry, to have a memory issue. I know that there's some conversations with the circuit attorney's office where they indicated they might want to depose him. But
So I'm supposed to assume context in a case like this.
Well, Judge, what we have also in the record, which has already been admitted, is Detective Campbell testified at trial, was subject to cross-examination, and relayed the content of the statements that Mr. Johnson made to him. So you also have...
All right, then the only thing that works here is if you isolate the portion of the testimony, let me see the pages, then I'll decide if there's sufficient context to reach the conclusions that you want me to draw. Because, I mean, pretty big deal. Right now, I'm not even 100% sure. I guess if him being the person who allegedly heard the statement directly, I might let that get to a jury. If there's enough other circumstantial evidence that would allow a jury to appropriately put it in context. Right now, man, I have nothing.
My recollection from the Judge, and again, I'm not trying to testify, but just to give you a preview, what the experts will say is that Detective Campbell testified in the jury that he went into the room, tried to talk about the other cases that you heard about yesterday, and that Mr. Johnson said, we shouldn't have let the white boy live, and Detective Campbell said, well, what are you talking about? Which case? And he said, this Marcus Boyd case, I shouldn't have let the white guy live. And it continued on like that for, I would say, 3 or 4 of those type of statements. That's what Detective Campbell testified to.
Okay, well, that's what I need to pay attention to. I don't really need this.
Your Honor, if I may, and the additional context obviously is that what Detective Nickerson has just testified is that Lamar Johnson just said, I did not kill Marcus Boyd, and then he gets shuffled to a different room, and then we have the statement that comes out when Detective Nickerson is present.
Well, I mean, I have to read this, but I mean, let's face it, if the context as presented to me is what it is, yeah, it does seem to get into the zone of a potential confession. I mean, I gotta take things as they are. So, you guys know now that that's the issue. You wanna make sure you analyze that effectively, in your post-trial brief, because, that could be important.
Absolutely, Judge.
All right?
Thank you.
You bet.
So after talking to Detective Campbell, what's the next thing that happens?
For me,
Yeah, do you next
oh,
have to?
after I should have backed up. When you asked what did I do when I got back to the homicide office, my first thing wasn't to interview Lamar Johnson. My first thing I did, I attempted to contact the witness, Gregory Elkine, by phone.
Why did you try to contact, James?
Our intentions were to have physical lineups with both Philip Campbell and Lamar Johnson. I needed Gregory Elkine to view the lineups.
Were you eventually able to make contact with Mr. Elkine?
Yes.
So you contact Mr. Elkine,
It was 3 hours after I started, 2.5, 3 hours. I think I may have started about 6:30 p.m. that evening of the Thursday, I guess the 4th, and I didn't get a return or an answer from him until after 9 p.m. that night.
and while you're waiting for an answer, you're doing those other things that we talked about, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Talking to Mr. Johnson being one of the things that you're doing.
Yes, ma'am, and Mr. Campbell.
And Mr. Campbell as well, you talked to him that
Yes,
night?
ma'am, I did.
And he provides a statement to you, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. After talking to those individuals, does James Greg Elkine eventually come to headquarters?
I believe I went and picked him up. I'm not sure. I think I probably had to go pick him up.
And you bring him back to?
1200 Clark. Yes, ma'am.
And when you get
Okay,
to?
let me caution you on leading,
Yes, Judge.
because I'm not gonna tell you what issues, but you're in a win and lose zone right now. Ask your questions, let him tell the story, if you want me to pay any attention to what he says.
Yes, Judge.
Otherwise, I won't. Go ahead.
Once you arrive at headquarters, what happens?
First of all, lineups. Mr. Campbell and Mr. Johnson were taken downstairs to the 2nd floor holdover, where at that time, 30, whatever it was, 28 years ago, that's where physical lineups were conducted. And it was in the holdover area of the 2nd floor. And in a room, or the lineup room, was the huge two-way mirror, probably a little wider than the door there. And this door here, sir.
Okay.
And probably, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 feet wide. So probably 9 by 5, 9 by 6. It's a two-way mirror. They were, Mr. Campbell and Mr. Johnson were both taken up in preparations to have them separately. I mean, not separately, but not in the same lineup, 2 different lineups.
So 2 different lineups, one with Mr. Johnson.
Counselor, that question is struck.
Thank you, Judge.
Just ask him to describe. I mean, if you want me to pay attention,
Yes, Judge.
because I really don't care what your testimony is. All right? You can say, what happened next? What next? What did it look like? How big? What color was it? I mean, keep them non-leading.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Could you describe the process for the photo line?
The process is, at that time, you have the suspect, and the reason we go to the second floor holdover, other prisoners were there being held on different charges. It gives us an opportunity to, if they're willing to do so, we ask them if they'll stand in the lineup that is totally not relative to their whatever their charges are being held on. So you make an attempt to select.
Let me see if I get, the people that you put in the lineup are people that you happen to already have under arrest?
They're being held maybe on a bench warrant or the holdover. I think they could only do 24 hours. So then upon that, they were given a new court date, or maybe being held, waiting the bond being set. It was a holdover to the second floor. That's where all prisoners that were arrested in the city were taken to the second floor holdover awaiting.
How did you pick out the individuals that you picked out? What went into the process?
Well, in Mr. Johnson's case, he's 6'1", slim build. So, and back then I think he was 20 years old. You would go through and walk through the cell area, which probably held, and I can't guess, a lot of people.
Well, one reason I asked you that question is that I noticed on the photos, all the people in the lineup were black males.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where did that description come from?
For the suspects? That
I
came
mean, you
from,
had to have a
Yes, sir.
description in order to say, well, I'm going to get some people that, you know.
Mr. Elking, Gregory Elking, had provided me a description of the suspects.
He said black male.
Yes, sir, he did.
All right, go on.
Okay, and he described them physically, 5'8" and 6 foot plus. Young.
All right.
Okay, so having that in mind, and I don't know if I did it, but I can tell you how the procedure on that day.
That's the point. How the
I
procedure's
don't
supposed
know.
to go?
I don't know if I did or not, sir.
All right, well, give me
I
the
don't
best you
remember.
got.
Okay, the best I got is 3 other individuals were selected for each lineup. So a total of 6 different people were selected. One for Philip Campbell's met his height and build, so to speak, and one for Lamar Johnson, 3 other individuals that matched his height, weight, and proximity of his age.
Got it.
They were chosen for the lineups.
And after selecting those other individuals, how did you determine where people would stand?
The individual, the suspect, is allowed to choose his own position.
So after he chooses the position where he wants to stand 1 through 4,
Yes, ma'am.
what happens next?
They are walked into the area of the 2-way mirror, and they assume their positions. If the suspect wants to assume position number 1, he'll stand in position number 1. 2, 3, and 4 just take their own wherever they want to go.
In this case, do you recall which position Mr. Lamar Johnson chose?
I do.
What position was that?
Number 3.
Now, do you at any point in this time pay attention to what kind of clothing they have on?
Well, they would have all had clothing on that they were
They were arrested in?
Yes, sir. And Mr. Johnson would have had on the clothing he had on at the time of his arrest.
Well, what kind of description of clothing, if any, were you given by Mr. Elkin?
That both individuals were wearing dark clothing and ski mask, the black ski mask.
Without the mask, of course, would it not have been more effective to put everybody in dark clothing?
I'm not going to argue the point, Your Honor, but
No?
we wouldn't have.
That's the point.
Well, we wouldn't have had the capabilities of getting other clothing. Are you asking if everybody was dressed in the same clothing?
Or just dark clothing?
I can only say we didn't have that capability, sir.
So apparently you didn't have that capabilities. Are you aware that one of the people in the lineup had white pants?
I haven't viewed the lineup in
All right.
many years, sir.
Would you agree that a witness who has said they all had dark clothing would immediately exclude from the lineup somebody who had on white pants?
I don't believe the individual witness was making an identification relative to clothing. He was making identifications relative to height, weight, and facial.
Facial.
Facial, his face, the individual's face.
The individual was in the ski mask.
Yes, sir.
And I think you said the ski mask, to your recollection, the detail you can remember, had all this face part was open.
No, sir.
All right, so you give me your description.
The eyes were open.
Eyes were open, right here.
And the mouth.
And there was a mouth section.
Yes.
All right. And what, if anything, did your witness say about eyes and mouth, if you can recall?
Basically, the witness told me that even though they were wearing ski masks, there was enough facial features, enough face exposed that he would be able to make an identification.
Well, did you ask him what specifically that he saw?
I didn't ask, no, not at that time.
Are you aware that all the evidence before this court to date, and maybe you aren't, suggests that your witness could only recognize some aspect of the eyes?
I'm aware of that, but that was in addition to him making the identification of the face.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. What, if anything, did this witness ever say about the mouth area? Small lips, thin lips, big smile, yellow teeth, teeth missing, anything?
I didn't go into specifics when I asked him if he could identify the suspects. I asked him, he told me that he could because he's seen enough of their faces to make the identification. And when you ask about, in addition to what he later said, that made him positive of the identification.
What do you mean by in addition to what he later said?
I believe you said that the witness would later tell us whether I knew it or not, or if I remembered it or not, that there was additional information or facial features on the suspects.
All right.
And he did.
Please stand up, Mr. Johnson. How many years you been a police officer?
34.
Could you please stand out of his line of view?
Yes, Judge.
I'm just curious, from your experience as a police officer, because I don't know, what in the world is distinctive about this man's eyes from pretty much any black man of a similar complexion?
Well, you can tell his eyes are different.
I could tell me what you see. 'Cause
I
I'm
can
not
tell
seeing.
that his right eye is different from his left.
His right eye is different from his left.
Okay, it would be I'm looking at it, it would be his left eye. If we both turn the same
Oh, you
way.
said
His
right
eyes are
eye,
different.
okay.
You can see his eyes are set different.
They're set different.
Yes, one is lower or higher than the other.
Okay. Don't move, Mr. Johnson. I need to put a picture of you in the records. Anybody got a camera? Take a photo of him right now so I can put it in the record and take a closer look. All right, thank you. Because you understand, this man was convicted on what you just said. You understand that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
This witness, the only thing that he knew about this man was this comment about the eyes. I guess similar, I don't know if he was asked the kind of detail that I asked you, but that was the whole basis of his identification.
Sir, I'm not going to argue that point, but that was in addition to
I
him
understand, but
making
we're
a
talking about
facial
what he said to the
recognition.
jury.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what he said to the jury.
And you were an investigating officer, correct?
I was.
So knowing that your witness picked this person out because of the eyes, and now you're telling me that you agree with your witness, all right? You didn't think you needed to dig any further?
I dig into what? I don't.
Maybe a little more something that could corroborate
Well,
a little more than just the eyes.
Well, Mr. Johnson matched the height, weight, age of what the witness had given.
Now, like that gentleman back there does too. You want to arrest him? I mean, really? I mean, you know that's not that much.
Sir, I believe he made an identification by the faces. He didn't make it just strictly on the eyes or anything like that.
What else did you know about Lamar Johnson after you arrested him?
After I arrested him or
Yeah.
before?
Well, even before.
I
What
knew
did you
he
know
was-
about the man?
He was a killer.
And why do you reach that conclusion?
I'm sorry?
Why did you reach that conclusion? Why did you
How did I reach that conclusion? I know he'd been arrested for murder probably 3 times prior to that.
Did the charges stick?
No.
All right, go
Witnesses didn't come forward.
on. All right, keep talking. What else did you know?
About Mr. Johnson?
Yeah.
That he was a dope dealer. And he was part of the, whatever, the dark side gang.
All right.
And he was violent. And that he'd been known or admitted to other people that he had bumped other witnesses.
All right. Now I'm going to ask you a very serious question, and you give me your best answer.
Okay.
All right. You have a witness. You had a witness in this case who told you, from everything I've seen, at best he could recognize maybe something about the eyes. Okay. And I'm assuming you told Dwight Warren everything that you knew about Lamar Johnson.
I think Mr. Warren was aware of Mr. Johnson.
All right. You sure this isn't a situation where you guys were a little bit in a rush to make a conviction?
Not at all, Your Honor. Not one bit.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. So you have the individuals for the photo lineup. Does James Elkin eventually arrive to headquarters?
Yes, ma'am, he does.
When he arrives at headquarters, where does he go?
He was taken from the fourth. I would have picked him up. I'm assuming I picked him up. We would have went to the 4th floor homicide office, and Mr. Johnson and Mr. Campbell would have been taken to the 2nd floor, and they would have either called me or somebody would have came and got me and said, "We're ready for the lineups. You can come on down now."
So you're with Mr. Elkin, is that correct?
I am.
Do you recall who's with the participants of the lineup?
I believe Detectives Stidham and Bailey.
At any time, do the individuals who are participating in the lineup cross paths with Mr. Elkin?
No.
Why not?
Well, first of all, it just doesn't happen like that. They're in 2 different rooms, so to speak, even though there's a wall separating the suspects from the witnesses in addition to the 2-way mirror. So there's no opportunity for them to cross paths.
And what is a 2-way mirror?
Where the witness can look into the room, observe the subjects in the lineup, but the subjects in the lineup can look out, but they can't see out who's viewing them.
And so does Mr. Elkin go into that room to look at the participants?
He does.
And who is in that room with him when he makes those observations?
I know I was, and I think it was either Detective Bailey or Stidham, one or the other.
But someone else was in the room with you and Mr. Elkin?
Yes, ma'am.
What happens when he's in the room viewing the lineup that contains Lamar Johnson?
Well, a lot of things happened. I mean, if he,
What's the first thing that you recall?
Mr. Elkin, on viewing the lineup, was very, very scared. He was fearful.
How do you know he was scared?
I could see him shaking, literally shaking. And he would ask questions, "Are you sure they can't see me? Are you sure they can't see me?"
All right. And what did you say?
I said, "I assure you they can't. This is a 2-way mirror. They cannot see you."
All right.
Does he look through the 2-way mirror?
He does.
And how long does he look through the 2-way mirror?
He did it actually 3 times. Okay.
Tell me about the first time.
First time he just stood there shaking. He said, I need to take a minute, I need to take a minute.
And when he asked to take a minute, what did you do?
We walked to the back of the room, out of the viewing area of the two-way mirror, let him calm down a little bit, a minute, two, whatever it might have been. Went back for a second time, same thing. Mr. Elking is still shaking, still fearful that the participants can see him. He asked if he could just go back there and kind of get his thoughts together. We allowed him to do that, and then the third time we went in, he stood in front of the mirror, and then he asked me if we could have the participants make a statement.
And do you recall what statement that was?
I do.
What statement was that?
Do you want me to say it?
Yes.
Get the fuck up.
Why was that statement important?
That statement was made by one of the two suspects to Gregory Elking and Marcus Boyd. They were sitting on the steps. When the suspects came around the corner, one of them shouted, "Get the fuck up."
And did you honor that request?
I did.
And so how did you execute that?
I probably yelled through the two-way mirror to whatever detective was, and it was either Detective Bailey or Stidham, saying, have the participants step forward and say, "Get the fuck up."
And did the participants do that?
All four participants did.
After they made those statements, what happened next?
Let's stop right there. After they make those statements, what, if anything, did Mr. Elking say?
He just shook his head and wanted to walk away.
So that was the third time.
Yes, sir.
Right? I'm assuming you reported all of that to Dwight Warren.
Everything is stated in police report.
That wasn't my question. All of this business of 1, 2, and 3 times, did you report those details to Dwight Warren?
At the time of warrant application.
All right?
Yes,
Did you
sir. I did.
testify to that at trial?
Sir, I don't know what I testified at trial.
All right? I'll need his testimony.
Judge, you may remember from yesterday, there was a discussion, Detective Nickerson only testified in rebuttal. He wasn't called by either party during...
Don't give me this either party stuff. The state had the burden of proof, and the state had the burden of disclosure.
Yes, Judge, I'll represent to you that this process is in the police reports that were turned over.
1, 2, 3. Get it. Find it for me right now. You got a whole bunch of staff. Dig it up right now.
Yes, sir.
You may continue inquiry.
Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead.
So after, so you mentioned that Mr. Elking viewed it 3 times.
Yes, ma'am.
After the 3rd time when that statement was made, what happened next?
That was pretty much the end of that physical lineup.
At the end of that physical lineup, what happened next?
Mr. Elkin was asked if he could identify anyone.
What
And
did he tell you?
no.
After telling you no, what happened next?
We proceeded to have the second lineup with Philip Campbell and 3 other individuals.
And can you briefly describe what happened in the Philip Campbell lineup?
I just know that I don't know how many times, if it was 1, 2, or 3, how many times Mr. Elking viewed the second lineup, but I do know that he requested that each individual step forward and give the same statement as I gave previously.
Did he identify anybody?
No.
So let me see if I got this right. You had Mr. Elking there to, maybe 6 different lineups, so that took a minute. How long did this whole process take?
There weren't 6 different lineups. There was the same participants.
The first 3.
They weren't different. They were the same lineups, the same individuals.
Okay, fine. 6 times he viewed a lineup.
No,
Right.
I don't know that, sir.
You don't know how many times the Campbell,
Correct, sir, I don't know.
okay, was it, you think it was more than 1 for Campbell? You have no idea
Sir,
at
I'd be
all.
guessing if I gave you an answer.
So as far as you know, it's just 1 for Campbell.
Yes, sir.
I mean, there's had to be at least 1.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay.
So, 4 times he's in the lineup room.
Mm-hmm, yes, sir. Well,
Go ahead.
he wouldn't, when we say leave, he doesn't leave the lineup room. He's in the lineup room, but not in the immediate area in front of the glass.
Okay, let's be specific. 4
I'm
times
trying-
he takes a break from looking at the individuals in the lineup.
Yes, sir.
Walks away, thinks about, as you said, gather his thoughts, all those kinds of things are occurring.
Yes, sir.
He's taken back.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
This happened 3 times on Elking.
Yes, sir.
Had to been at least 1 time on Campbell,
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
and you end up with a no on after all of that.
That's correct.
And you're telling me the police report detailed that out for defense counsel.
It does.
All right, let me see it. They look like they found something.
May I approach, Judge?
You most assuredly can. Hey, Councilman, you can help me. Where in here does he say, after 3 viewings, he was asked if he could identify, and he said no?
May I approach, Judge?
You most surely can. Where?
So, right, these 3,
I read them.
look, these 3 paragraphs, Judge, and my next question was going to be, what happened next?
Boy, you gotta answer the judge's question directly. Show me on here where it says, after these 3 attempts, I asked him, can you identify somebody? And he said no. Show it to me on there.
Judge, it says he picked the person in number 4.
Oh, take this and take it off my bench. Sit down. No further questions. You're off the stand. Unless you're gonna shoot me straight.
Judge,
All right?
Yes, Judge.
You gonna shoot me straight, counselor?
Yes, Judge, may I?
All right, if the answer is he didn't put it in the report, then just say he didn't put it in the report. But don't dance around my questions.
Thank you, Judge.
I ask questions for very specific reasons, because I need specific answers.
Yes, Judge.
I'm about to give you one more shot at it, because I didn't see it. Show me where this officer directly reported to the defense attorney that after 3 shots, the witness said, I can't identify anybody.
Judge, upon reviewing the report, that's not in here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Was that hard?
No, Judge.
The sky didn't fall in,
Not yet, Judge.
and you gave me the answer.
Yes, Judge.
That's how you do it, counselor.
Thank you, Judge.
You just answer the court's question. Proceed with your examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Mhm.
Did Mr. Elking tell you he picked someone out of the Lamar Johnson lineup?
He did not. Oh, I'm sorry, he did. He picked number 4. I apologize.
And was Lamar Johnson in the number 4 position?
He was not.
Was that one of the fillers?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember what he said to you? Because see, you keep giving me these things like it's in a report. He picked number 4, so on. Now, I listened to Elking testify, and I'm supposed to sit here and ascertain the credibility of Elking's testimony today and what he said to the jury at the time. So there's a real big issue as to the nature of the conversation between you and Elkie. So I need everything that was said, not the conclusions that were drawn. I'm not really impressed by that. Because this is a question about what was said and whether or not a suggestion occurred. All right? So if he can't remember the details, that's one thing. I can understand that. It was a long time ago. All right? You can only do so much. You've had thousands of cases since then.
Yes, sir.
All right? So you can't do any more on that witness stand than your best.
And the police report.
But, well, the police report isn't very detailed.
I apologize.
No, it's just like a standard police report. I don't, you know, I'm concerned about things that you said to Dwight Warren about all of this that on the surface appear to have never been reported to defense counsel. And if you can't remember the specific words that Elking said about everything and how you responded, that's okay. Your Honor, I don't remember. The sky's not going to fall. People will thank you for your best efforts at testifying. But on the other hand, if you can remember, I want to hear it all.
He picked number 4, and that, I hate to throw that in, there's another form, a lineup form, and it will name the time, date, and everything and such, okay?
Did he tell you why he picked number 4?
He did not.
So obviously you didn't ask him, why'd you pick number 4?
I did not. Not that I recall, sir.
Okay.
Judge,
You can't feel it his answer.
I don't want to, Judge,
All right.
because he doesn't know about this because he wasn't at trial. The rule, I presume, was invoked. But this is, of course, very concerned about what defense counsel knew about this. And the trial testimony of Mr. Elking, Mr. Bruns cross-examined him, and he asked a few questions about this. Do you remember viewing the lineup the first time? First of all, you viewed the lineup, correct? Answer, yes. Question, you walked back out making no identification, would that be fair to say? And then you didn't go back in and view the lineup again? Answer, yes, I walked away from the lineup once. Question. I apologize. As a matter of fact, you walked away twice, didn't you? Answer, yes. Question, and during that time, Detective Nickerson was the only person with you? Answer, yes, and there were a couple other detectives present. Question, and during that time, didn't you tell Detective Nickerson that it is number 4? Answer, yes. Question, do you remember testifying on direct that it was number 2? Answer, yes, I did. Question, was that a mistake? Answer, I was more or less just saying I did not pick the defendant out of the line. Question, but you told Detective Nickerson that it was number 4? Answer, yeah, I guess now that you say that, yes. Question, during the course of this incident, you saw the ex-government from...
Did you tell me, say, yeah, I guess now that you say that?
That is what Mr. Elking said.
Okay, keep going.
Yes.
And this is interesting. Keep going.
And so, I apologize, Your Honor, with your question, I lost my place. Okay, question, during the course of this incident, you saw the masked gunman for maybe a minute, would that be fair to say? Answer, 2 or 3 minutes. And then, from here, it's stuff about, the following questions are questions about what Elking and Mr. Nickerson talked about on the phone. So I don't want to say that out loud with Mr. Nickerson on the stand, because I don't want you to think I'm trying to tell Mr. Nickerson what to say.
I got that.
But there's maybe a little...
So then, in that whole colloquy, there was no questions about this I thing.
But not in the part that I just read, Judge. That part comes later in the cross, and we have to give this to you, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention because you expressed concern that Mr. Bruns was not told about the multiple while in the same room viewings, and he cross-examined on that, and so he was told that.
The main thing I was like, was he told specifically what Elking said about making an idea based upon the eyes?
And that is discussed later in the cross-examinations and in the direct examination of Mr. Elking at trial. And I can read that for you, Judge, but I don't want to... You seem very interested in what Mr. Nickerson remembers, but understandably so. And so I'm afraid if I read the trial testimony now, it may...
He might...
Right.
You might seem like coaching the witness.
It seems unfair to the court for me to do that.
Right, I get you.
So So
I
I'll
get
be
you.
prepared to read that to you.
And I've asked him specifically what he recalls. You've had a chance to think about it now. So can you tell me exactly what words were spoken to you by Mr. Elking in the context of, yeah, it was number 4. What was the context of it?
I cannot.
All right. See, it was okay just to tell me you don't. I'm not mad that you don't remember.
Okay.
You are. All right.
You're mean.
Go ahead.
After, he told you it was number 4, what happened next?
I guess we made preparations for the next lineup.
And after the next lineup, what happened after that?
Uh,
No, let me back up. What, if anything, did he say about Philip Campbell's lineup?
He did not identify anyone in that lineup.
After making those statements?
Didn't you guys give me a picture of Philip Campbell's lineup?
Yes, Judge.
Headshots like this?
Judge, he actually appears in that.
Hold on. Oh yeah, there he is down there.
But Judge, if you would like the lineups, I can provide those to you as well.
Let me see Philip Campbell's lineup, please.
And Judge, I think this has already been admitted either through, us or the Circuit Attorney's Office, but if I may approach, I'm showing you what states.
Yeah, I
exhibit-
thought I had it up here somewhere.
Yes, Judge, that states exhibit Y,
Which one is Campbell in here?
Number 4, Your Honor.
So I see 2 people here in dark clothing, and number 4 is in dark clothing. Light's not the best in here. You can take this back, since I know it's somewhere in my exhibit packet.
Thank you, Judge, and just for the record, I believe that is the Circuit Attorney's Office, number 47, that was admitted and accepted.
All right, thank you.
So after you reviewed the lineup and made those statements, what happened next?
I took Mr. Elking from the 2nd floor back up to the 4th floor on an elevator.
And why did you go to that location?
Well, I had to go back up to the office and talk to my supervisor and
Relay what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And what happened with Elkie while you were doing that?
In the elevator, or once we got upstairs?
Once you got upstairs?
From my recollection, Your Honor, and this is strictly from the police report,
Mm-hmm.
by the time we had got to the 4th floor, the homicide office was crowded, to say the least. There wasn't room relative to other cases.
Right. There was a lot going on back then.
Yes, sir, there was. By this time, Detectives Stidham and Bailey had already been back to the 4th floor, and somebody told me that go to bomb and arson office. So I went to the bomb and arson office with Mr. Elking. Detective Stidham and Bailey were both in the room. Walked into the room.
What happened when you walked in the room?
I guess maybe, I don't know. I hate to guess because it's not a good.
Well,
It's not good.
All you have to do is just tell me. I can't remember specifically.
Yes, sir.
This
Okay.
is what my best recollection is,
Okay.
and then I will,
Okay.
make a decision
All right.
as to how useful it's going to be.
Okay. So immediately upon walking in with Mr. Elking, 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds later, Mr. Elking goes, "Hey, I'm sorry. You guys know I lied. You know I lied. I know who it is. It's number 3 in the first lineup, and it's number 4 in the second lineup."
And did you tell him to say that, or not?
I didn't tell him to say anything.
And who was number 3 in that lineup?
Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson.
In the first lineup, sir.
And yeah, the first letter.
Second one was number
And
4.
number 4 was Campbell.
Yes, in the second line, yes, sir.
So he said he recognized Campbell too?
Yes, sir.
And you were okay with that?
Absolutely.
Didn't he tell you that one of the 2 gunmen was holding a gun on him?
Yes,
Did he tell you that immediately upon holding the gun upon him, he yelled at him, "Get the fuck up"?
the individual suspects came around the corner. One of them immediately yelled at, and then one do you want me to go on?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
One suspect, the larger of the 2, the 6-foot or better individual, grabbed Mr. Elking by the collar, said, "Get the fuck up." The second subject, Marcus Boyd, was, I don't know, remember how many steps there were to get to the level of the porch. The second subject went up the steps and is best described by Mr. Elking from my memory, was behind Mr. Boyd, mounting him, so to speak, if he were like somebody were to get on your shoulders and, you know, you walk around as a kid. I don't know if I think he described it as mounting Mr. Boyd.
M-O-U-N-T-I-N-G?
I'm sorry?
Did you say mounting?
Mounting, as in like,
All right.
if I were to get on your shoulders or you get on my shoulders, something to that effect, or
From
behind.
Mr. Boyd or behind Mr. Boyd?
Behind Mr. Boyd.
Gotcha. Keep talking.
Okay, I don't know where we were.
The mounting Mr. Boyd thing.
Okay,
From that point?
I'm sorry,
No,
I'm
let him
lost.
talk.
I'm lost, I don't know where we're.
You were telling me that Elking said to you something about the other assailant mounting Mr. Boyd.
Yeah,
Let's start there.
Yes, sir. That, I don't know if that was given at that time
Mm-hmm.
or in prior conversations with Mr. Elking,
Okay,
the description of how this occurred.
all right.
So I'm not sure. All I can recall, and it's based on the police report, shortly after entering the bomb and arson room, Mr. Elking made that statement.
And upon all of those facts, you concluded that he would have been looking at the other assailant dressed in black with a mask on at night enough to make what you would have considered a reliable identification.
Your Honor, as I stated yesterday, I believe Mr. Elking knew Mr. Johnson from prior.
Now we're taking another step. You are telling me that you believe Mr. Elking knew Mr. Johnson before this incident.
Correct.
What's the basis of that conclusion?
It's based on a pattern that was created by Mr. Johnson and Mr. Campbell Mr. Johnson and Mr. Boyd in how they would sell drugs.
You trying to say you didn't think they'd let just anybody buy drugs from them?
I'm saying that Mr. Johnson and Mr. Boyd were in business together.
Yeah.
They knew their common customers, and they would have shared in the distribution. No matter if you called or if I called, whoever called first, the person who responded quicker got the sale, but they jointly combined the total sales together.
Well, now, did Elking ever tell you, I know
No.
Lamar Johnson?
No, Your Honor. He denied knowing Lamar Johnson.
So that's all you had. You thought that he might know based upon your knowledge of the pattern and practice between Mr. Johnson and Mr. Boyd as it related to the selling of drugs.
That was my belief.
Did you know Badass Howard's his last name, isn't it?
Yes, Judge.
Did you know Badass Howard?
Did I know him or did I
Yes.
know of him?
Well, let me start out first. Did you know him?
I didn't know him.
Okay. Did you know of him?
I did.
What did you know of him vis-a-vis his relationship with Mr. Johnson and Mr. Boyd?
They were, as far as Mr. Johnson and Mr. Howard, is that his name? B.A., that's all.
Yeah. B.A. evidently I've been heard testimony stands for badass. This is
I
street
know
name.
that, but I
Well, go
didn't
ahead.
want to, at one point, I guess during this whole this whole period of time, I don't know, 92, 93, 94, Mr. Johnson and 10 or 15 other individuals, including BA, and Marcus Boyd, were all considered one of the sections of dark side.
Okay, so to your knowledge, Howard, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Boyd were compatriots in a drug business.
I can't say about Mr. Howard. I only knew he was a participant in criminal acts associated with that group.
All right. So you got this eyewitness. That's best you can define him, I guess. Talks about the shifty-eyed thing. Says he doesn't know Lamar Jackson and you believe he's lying to you. Because that's kind of what you just told me.
Yes, sir.
All right. And even though you believe he was lying to you about knowing Lamar Jackson, from what you told me, you didn't push back on that.
No. As I stated yesterday, Mr. Elking was at best fragile. I hate to say, I couldn't afford to lose him as a witness.
Say what you gotta say.
I couldn't afford to lose him as a witness. I didn't want him to be I don't know what the word would be. I wanted him to believe that I trusted him, I guess.
All right. I see what you're doing. That's
That's
bad police work. I'm just trying
not
to
a
get
good
some facts.
explanation.
I'm just trying to get some facts here. All
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right. You finish your inquiry.
Thank you, Judge. When was the last time you saw James Elking?
Let me just think for a minute. Friday, November 5th, 1994.
And what were you doing on that day?
That morning, I had picked up Mr. Elking, and I don't remember from where I got him, picked him up. And I had already made arrangements with him Thursday night when I took him home, or if I took him home, to pick him up in the morning to go to the warrant office to give his statement to, I didn't know who was going to be in the homicide warrant office, if it was going to be Dwight Warren or someone else. I picked him up to go to the warrant office.
Do you recall who you met once you got to the warrant office?
I believe Dwight Warren.
And was there a conversation with Dwight Warren at that time?
Yes, there was an extended conversation between myself, Mr. Elking, and Dwight Warren.
And it's been about 28 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you write police reports close in time to the events of this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Are your police reports a fair and accurate reflection of what occurred at that time?
They are.
Permission to approach, Judge.
You may.
Showing you what has been marked as FF3,
Yes, ma'am.
and then take a look at the second packet with that.
Yes, ma'am.
What are those documents?
The first one, FF3, is the police report.
You can take a look at it if
Okay,
you'd like.
sure. Okay, this report is, we would, in homicide then, the first thing that the responding officers did was create what we called the two-pager. Basically would have been the time and to the location and to has who responded from homicide to the scene and the name of the victim and such. It would have been a short, basically it's a two-pager and a signature page. And that would actually turned into being more than a two-pager. It turned into being 5 or 6. That would have been the initial, just short and sweet, was conveyed to affirmative oath or hospital, DOA, or pronounced by Doctor Who. Next of kin notified. That would have been the two-pager. This is in fact what we would have called then the scene investigation. 28 years ago,
Could you
when
step a little that way?
Yes, Judge.
That's all right, thank you.
I'm
just
sorry.
trying my best to accommodate this so the public can see everything.
And I apologize, thank you, Judge.
Sure.
I don't know whether to talk to.
Well, actually, you can talk to me. She'll ask questions though.
Judge,
Oh,
may
you
I-
want to talk to me, yeah.
May I approach?
You most assuredly can.
Thank you, Judge. Now handing you what has been marked as FF2.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that document?
I recognize it, yes, ma'am.
And what is FF2?
This is a police report, 94-166-120 that I prepared.
Okay, so you prepared FF2,
I did.
and a different officer prepared FF3, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is FF2 a fair and accurate copy of your report that you wrote in 1994?
It is in fact a report.
Judge, at this time, I would offer FF2 and FF3 to the court.
In your honor, obviously because it's a police report, we're gonna have hearsay, hearsay upon hearsay, hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay, you know, because you have witness. There's a reason we don't show these to juries, right?
Yeah, right, exactly.
So, we're gonna check that. I'll be honest, I do plan to ask Detective, Mr. Nickerson, questions about these, but.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's an interesting evidentiary issue because the thing here is there proof of absolute innocence? And they're trying to suggest proof of guilt on things that a jury might not ever see. I'm gonna let them make their best shot, but evidentiary value is what it is and ain't what it ain't. So, I'll accept it for what it's worth. You can cross-examine, but we all know this isn't exactly proof of guilt. It's, at the best, it might be some interesting circumstantial evidence for me, but that's pretty much all you got here. So, you may go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you can finish up.
Thank you, Judge. May I approach him again?
You may, counsel.
I'm gonna take this back from you. And Judge, I have no further questions.
Give me your copies of FF2 and 3, please.
Yes, Judge.
So FF2 is your supplementary report.
I'm sorry, I believe you if you say that, sir.
FF2 is your supplementary
If you could
report.
just tell me, up towards
It
the top,
says
whose
that
name.
supplemental,
Well, there would have been more than one supplemental report.
and it says Joseph Nickerson.
That's me, yes.
All right, so it's your supplementary report.
Yes, sir.
All righty. Did you give me his original report?
Judge, that is a copy.
I know, but this is, before I start thumbing through it, does FF2 include both his original and his supplemental?
No, Judge, but I do have his supplemental.
I'm looking at his supplemental now, that's FF2.
And And Judge, I believe FF2 is the scene, report.
Your Honor, I
Let me show you
believe.
right here. I mean, all I can do is read, all right? And it says right here, original and/or supplemental. Answer, supplemental.
I see, Judge.
That would suggest something is being supplemented that would suggest an original report. And I'm asking you, do you have his original report?
Judge, it appears that is the supplemental of the two-pager. I have not presented you with the two-pager.
Give me a second here, because
Your Honor,
why, okay, hold on. I think you guys have stapled a few things together. So let me take a closer look at this document. Page 2, page 1, page 2, page 3, 4, 5. All right, so I think this goes with it. Mr. Nickerson, I'm just showing you FF2. And I'm seeing here on the supplemental report, it goes all the way up to, as you can see here, page 5.
Yes, sir.
And then up under it, they've stapled all this detail. Is this supposed to be part of the supplementary report? Can you tell?
Sir, this is the entirety of, basically, and there's a two-pager where it just reflects time, date, victim, who's notified.
Was that the original?
That's the original report.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And this is my supplement.
So, okay, that's all I needed. And the original report is exhibit what? Or have you submitted that?
I have not, Judge, but we will do that before the.
All righty. Had you ever arrested Marcus Boyd before?
No, sir. Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
I don't believe so.
Right. So what I'm reading looks like you got a lot of your background over witness Neger and witness Leslie Williams. Perhaps also a bit from Christine Herman. Where did, if you can remember, did Mr. Elkins tell you on this porch where the two assailants were standing or how they were standing during the course of shooting Mr. Boyd?
I'm sorry, can I tell you?
Yes.
He gave me a description of how it occurred.
You just tell me what you can recall.
That when the two suspects came through the gangway, the taller of the two suspects, with what the witness believed, and I'm going to get it wrong because I don't remember, was armed with a handgun. There was one handgun involved, one automatic handgun involved, and one what the witness perceived to be a revolver handgun.
At that time, he perceived it was a automatic and a revolver.
And I don't know who had what.
All right, keep going.
It's in the report, but I don't recall.
That's all right.
So they come around the corner. The taller of the two immediately grabs Mr. Elking by the shirt. Get the fuck up.
All right. And I will tell you why I'm asking you these questions.
Okay.
Because the report doesn't give me any detail of where people were standing or how they were standing relative to either Marcus Boyd or your witness, Elking. I'm getting, there's facts in here, but I'm looking at the porch in my mind, looking at the little thing that you guys have there to show the position of the body as you found it. I'm sure this was marked by the first officers on the scene. I'm looking at the description of the wounds to Marcus's body, and I'm not getting a configuration that supports the ability of Elking to look at the other guy long enough to identify him in a lineup, unless, as you said, he knew him personally and didn't tell you.
I believe, and Your Honor, I believe the positions of the victim and the witness are described where they're originally seated. Somewhere.
I got that.
Okay, I'm sorry. So, after the first individual, the taller, grabs Elking by the shoulder, get the fuck up. The second suspect went up the stairs, so to speak, and mounted from behind the victim, Marcus Boyd. The witness at that time sees Mr. Boyd, and later identified as Mr. Campbell, struggling. He sees Mr. Campbell, the second subject, shoot one round into the back head area of Marcus Boyd. Mr. Boyd continues to struggle, and I think his words were, "No, no, no, I guess please don't shoot me anymore." And at that time, the suspect that had held him by the shirt ran up the stairs steps, and now was in front of Mr. Boyd. He sees numerous shots from the individual behind Mr. Boyd, and he sees the individual now in front of Mr. Boyd fire numerous rounds. He is...
And where was he at that moment? He meaning Elking?
He would have either been on the step, the first or second step, or perhaps on ground level. I don't know. He's looking up towards the scuffle.
He didn't take off running.
No, he didn't, not at that point.
Well, the gunmen were consumed with Boyd struggling. It's night. He didn't take off running. Did you ask him why he didn't take off running?
I presume, no, I didn't know.
At any point in time, were you concerned that maybe 3 people were involved with the killing of Boyd? Not just 2.
Your Honor,
You can be honest with me.
you're never sure of anything. And relative to these two groups that were feuding, dark side, there were often more than 1, 2, or 3 individuals involved. So that didn't totally, I mean, there could have been another individual involved. I don't know. I just know there was 2 people involved in the shooting. The actual shooting.
All right.
Judge, now that you've asked this question, I can read to you part of the direct testimony of Mr. Elke at trial to answer the question you posed, if you would like me to.
Please.
This is on direct, states it's WW, page 161 of the trial transcript. I apologize. Question. Now, what did the defendant do? So, just for some context, Judge, the witness has already identified Mr. Johnson, or Lamar Johnson, as the defendant at this point in the testimony. That's why Mr. Warren's phrasing the question. Question. Now, what did the defendant do next after he told you to get the F up? Answer. He kind of spun me around to where now I was facing and looking at Marcus and the other gunman that was on top of Marcus. And I had stood there with my hands up. Question. What was Marcus doing or saying? Answer. Marcus, all he was saying was, no, 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 kind of trying to get away. I could see him scooting away, trying to get up. Question. Let me show you what's being marked as State's Exhibit 1. Can you tell me what's shown in that photograph? Answer. That's the front of Marcus's place he was living. Question. And what was the address of where he was living? Answer. 3910 Louisiana. Question. For the record, is that in the city of St. Louis? Answer. Yes, it is. Question. Now let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 2. And ask you if you can tell me what this is. Answer. That's the front porch of Marcus's home. That is where we were sitting. Question. Where were you sitting on the front porch? Answer. On the top step. Question. And when you turned to face Marcus, where would you be looking? Answer. I would be looking. Question. Excuse me, use that photograph, State's Exhibit 2, as the focal point. Answer. After I was told to get up. Question. Yes. Answer. Okay. I was standing at the bottom of the stairs, kind of on the edge of the grass and the concrete, and I was looking straight towards the house at Marcus and both of the gunmen.
That's kind of what he just said.
Well, Judge, that's the testimony, so I just wanted to give you...
My question, maybe it was just a query, but the fact pattern that was suggested by the witness's testimony, seems a lot of people, if they knew nobody knew them, it's dark, it's obvious that they're really focused on Boyd, it just broke running. Particularly considering how young everybody was at the time. It just strikes me as odd.
I understand, Judge.
That he was just standing there watching it.
And there's 40 pages, and I suspect, Judge, given the importance that the court understandably is placing on this witness and his testimony, it would be our suggestion that we...
Well, even Dwight Warren told me there was no case without Elking.
And I'm not...
So, everybody, there's universal agreement. That man would not have been convicted but for Elking's testimony.
Judge, that's why I just think instead of giving you just 1 or 2 pages of redirect, cross, redirect, recross, and redirect, I think I should give you all 40 pages because of how important it is to the case.
All right.
So that's what I intend to do.
Well, one thing that you need to do is pick it out, like, understand what is, because I'm asking a lot of questions so you can understand what's truly relevant.
Absolutely.
All right? And I couldn't broadcast it any clearer than I am.
No, Judge, I agree.
So you now know the configuration of everybody's a big deal.
Absolutely.
So I would expect you to isolate that for me.
I will, Judge.
Not say, here's 40 pages and read it, Judge, you on your own. That's not going to work.
Of course, Judge, but I don't want you to think. I want to provide you all 40 pages in addition to the highlights.
Well, I'm assuming that they're all in the record somewhere here.
I want you to be able to check my work, Judge. That's
Right.
my only...
But you need to give me transcript page and line of what you think clears up these issues.
Absolutely.
Because I pretty well put a spotlight on what the issues are.
And I'm right in the spotlight, Judge, I
All right.
understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to, do you have anything further with this witness?
No more questions.
Anything from the, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. And fire.
You may, counsel.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So I think this might be helpful for everyone just to kind of clear up. I'm going to be working with those two reports that you have in front of you. I think you still have them in front of you.
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, I'll grab you.
Labeled FF2 and 3?
Yes, that's what I was going to be working off of.
Alrighty.
I've got my own versions of those. If you want me to just get
That's
those.
fine.
I was just trying to avoid too many exhibits, Your Honor. All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as the Circuit Attorney's Exhibit 44-1 and 44-2.
Is that the same as FF1 and 2?
I believe they should be.
Alrighty.
But I'll have the witness confirm that they look the same. Please go ahead and flip through those and make sure those are what you were looking at a moment ago with FF2 and FF3.
Okay, without going all the way through it, this, I don't, 44-2?
Yeah, 44-2, which one is that?
44-2 is what we would have called the crime scene investigation, which, in its, even though it's, you're missing some pages.
Okay. Is that missing pages?
You're missing probably 2 or 3 pages. This is just a narrative.
Yeah, and I am talking about just the narrative. That's what I'm going to be going over.
Okay,
I didn't get a chance to see FF2. They were pulled out of a different exhibit from us.
okay.
All right, that's the
So
narrative.
this is the report that was in combination of Detective Bailey and Detective Ronald Jackson.
Okay.
And that's 44-2. And I'll just refer to it by the number 94-166120. It doesn't have an evidence sticker on it.
I'm sorry. Let me mark that one for you just so that you have it. There you go.
And once again, this is missing 2 to 3 pages of time, location.
Yeah.
And,
You're talking about those two kind of cover pages, right?
yes, sir. This is just a narrative.
Yeah, why don't you go look at the narrative? Is it complete though? I just
I-
want to go ahead.
I'm assuming it is if you're giving it to me, so, I mean, for me to say it's complete, I'd have to,
Yeah, please, go and check through it. I don't want any interruption.
well, I don't wanna just say yes, but if you're telling me it and the court approves it, I'll say yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, this is yes.
All right. Now, in that 44-1, that's the narrative that you prepared, correct, Mr. Nickerson?
Yes, sir, it is.
Hold on. Who's fine?
It's 166-120, Your Honor.
166, okay. Yeah, there's an 11 at the top of the page I'm looking at. Is that true for you?
That is not for me. This is the problem, Your Honor. When the state did this, they pulled it out of their larger exhibit.
Hold on. Okay, the number that I see at the top should be yours. That evidently indicates a page number. So what is the number at the top of yours?
The number at the top of mine is 1.
Okay,
So
so you're looking at the first page. Hold on. Of the narrative. It would be the first page of the narrative,
Exactly.
which is right here.
Right there.
Okay, go ahead. We're in business. Keep talking.
Sorry about having to clear that up, Your Honor.
No, that's all right.
Now, talking about your report, I think you said this yesterday, but the report that you prepared would have documented the information that you gathered as best as you could from your notes and your memory, right?
Correct.
So your report would identify all the witnesses you spoke with in connection with the investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would have reported all of the leads that you followed, even if they were dead end?
I would say no, I wouldn't have, if they were a dead end and something that was irrelevant, I found to be irrelevant, I probably wouldn't have documented it.
If you spoke with a witness, though, you would have reported it?
Yes.
Now, I want to turn to page 24 of your report, of your narrative. That's the last page.
That's the last page?
Yes.
I don't have a 24.
I don't think I see on 24 is the signature page. Is that
Yeah,
what
that's
you're
the
looking at?
signature page.
All right.
You don't have a 24 on there?
Mine starts at 32.
No, the last, flip to the final page. Sorry, I should have asked for the page. Flip to the last page.
That's page 17 on mine.
Yeah. Let me see. You see this
Oh.
at the top, that number 24?
Yeah, I would assume, oh, yeah, okay, that's the page number?
Yep, that's the
Okay,
page number.
all right.
All right. At the bottom left, it says revised, and then again it says revised. What are those notations?
28 years ago, in 1994, I probably used a typewriter.
Okay.
So when we prepare, it's hard to explain, when we prepared a report, we typed it. And we had victim, witness screens, evidence screens, and all those were filled out manually. So when you prepared the report, you had numerous pages, witnesses, evidence, suspects, whatever, all on forms. They were forms. It was a suspect form, a vehicle form, evidence form, okay? So you prepared those, and you literally took them up to what I believe they were called PIRS operators. PIRS, P-I-R-S, Police Incident Reporting System. I believe that was the name of it, PIRS. So you literally took your product up to the women, it was all women, 4, 5, 6, and they did nothing but prepare reports from the Division of Criminal Investigation, be it homicide, be it bomb and arson, be it drug unit, child abuse, anything. They specifically did criminal investigation reports. So they would go on to prepare, if you would have had the other pages, what the report turns out. Okay.
And let me short circuit this. Are you saying there are no other versions of your police report?
Well, yeah, there were, because they're not versions.
Okay.
I guess I'm not a great speller, I'm not great with periods, exclamation points, so they would have made the corrections necessary to make it look formidable for presentation at trial. The contents would not have been changed.
That's all I need.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I was trying to let you
Okay.
answer that, and I was trying not to cut you off.
Okay.
Did you also keep detailed notes of your investigation?
I did, yeah.
Okay. What did you do with those notes?
They've been destroyed 28 years ago, after the report was prepared.
So as soon as you prepared the report, you destroyed any notes that existed at the time?
Yes, sir?
Now, you testified yesterday about the procedures for, I believe you call them the service crew, right?
Yes, sir.
And those are the people who would have responded to the initial scene and would have been working all night on an initial police report after Marcus Boyd's murder, right?
Yes.
And when this file landed on your desk, figuratively or literally, you would have reviewed the report from the service crew, right?
I would have reviewed the notes. I doubt if the only thing that would have been prepared at that point, report-wise, would have been what we refer to as the two-pager.
And then in the course of your investigation, though, that service crew's report would have been prepared.
Yes.
And you would have reviewed it as part of your investigation, right?
I would have, again, if they were still there, the service crew guys that did the initial scene, I would have spoke to them, or I would have reviewed their notes. And as I said yesterday, you didn't go home until you finished your interviews.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would have done one or the other.
And then let's look at what I've marked as Exhibit 44-2.
Okay.
And remember, that's just a narrative from Detective Bailey's and Detective Jackson's
Yes, sir.
report, right?
Yes, sir.
That's something that you would have reviewed in connection with your investigation, right?
Again, sir, this would not have been prepared at that point.
I'm not necessarily saying on the morning of October 31st. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
As part of this investigation, you would have reviewed that report?
I would have, yes.
100% sure, right?
Yes, sir.
And you would have read the report and you would have familiarized yourself with the facts that were inside of it, right?
Yes.
Now, I put those two up there for you, and I'm gonna make a similar request to what Ms. Lesh made you yesterday. You can keep them up there. I'm not asking you to answer questions by reading along. I don't wanna do that.
Okay.
But if you think that you need to look at one of those reports to answer one of my questions, just let me, and if you, to refresh your memory, just
Okay.
let me know, and we can kind of do that, all right?
All right.
Now, I think you've already testified this morning that you had questioned Lamar Johnson before Marcus Boyd's murder, correct?
I didn't say that, though.
Okay. But you said that you've seen him before, right?
Yes.
You knew that he was about 6 foot tall?
Yes. Well,
Did you also know who Philip Campbell was before Marcus Boyd's murder?
again, I didn't know him, but I arrested him, and I didn't talk to him.
Okay.
So, knowing and being familiar, I couldn't tell you what Philip Campbell looked like now if my life depended upon it.
Understood. It's been 28 years. But you're saying that before Marcus Boyd's murder, you had previously arrested Philip Campbell in connection with another crime?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you had a chance to look at him?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously, when you arrest someone, you're throwing them in handcuffs, you're getting right up close to them. You know what they look like, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Marcus Boyd lived in a duplex, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
His family lived on the second floor of that duplex, didn't they?
Correct.
You didn't conduct any sort of canvass of the area personally, right?
No, sir.
That's something that the service crew would have done on the night of the murder, correct?
That's correct.
And then you would have reviewed the report that they prepared to learn what they had learned from interviewing all those witnesses.
Correct.
Okay. The first floor neighbors didn't provide very much information, did they?
Let's get to the short of it. I can tell you that neighbors surrounding residents were contacted, even the downstairs, 3910, they live 39A. Even that person was contacted. The only information, it went in from hearing a scuffle and no gunshots to hearing 4 to 5 up to 10 gunshots from the surrounding area. Neighbors.
All right, so you knew from the neighbors there were gunshots, maybe the sound of a scuffle, but not really anything more than that.
Correct. Oh, well, 2 individuals running, I think, through an alley or yard.
Okay. But there was nothing about any sort of car speeding away from the crime scene or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
No one heard a car peeling out?
No, sir.
All right. Before Marcus Boyd died, did you know he was dealing drugs?
I didn't know Marcus Boyd.
You had no idea who he was?
I had seen his name.
Okay. Did you see his name in connection with the fact that he was dealing drugs?
No, I seen his name in connection with being within the group of the Dark Side 1, Dark Side 2. He is listed as a person in whatever Dark Side. I was aware of that.
Now, when the report lands on your desk, or I'm sorry, I don't want to imply that the report's on your desk. When you get the file on the morning of October 31st, 1994, there is no physical evidence connecting Lamar Johnson to the crime scene, right?
No physical evidence, no.
And we've been going through this more, all morning, but I think it's helpful again to clarify. Generally speaking, there was one shooter who was focused primarily on Marcus Boyd, mounting him, I think are the words you used. And then there was another shooter who was focused primarily on Greg Elking, holding him at gunpoint, right?
Yes, sir.
And during your investigation, which gunman were you investigating as being Lamar Johnson?
The first gunman that had grabbed hold of Gregory Elking.
Okay. So not the gunman who was actually mounted on top of Marcus Boyd?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. You spoke about this briefly yesterday, but the other detectives had interviewed Leslie Williams on the night of the murder, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
All right. When she was interviewed, Ms. Williams described the person who shot Marcus as an unknown subject wearing a black hooded shirt, right?
Do you want me to look, or,
If you
I mean,
did-
I don't recall what she described as.
Do you want to refresh your recollection?
No, do you want me to just say yes?
No, I want you to.
Well,
testify.
this is what he wants to know. If you
I
read-
don't recall, but I can look at the report.
Now, will the report, do you think that that will cause you to independently remember?
Yes, yes,
All
sir.
right, you go right ahead.
Why don't you go ahead and look at page 1 of the narrative from Detective Bailey's and Jackson.
Okay, page 1. Okay,
I will direct you to the fourth full paragraph,
the what?
the fourth full paragraph, and I'll point it out to you right down here. Why don't you read this passage?
Okay,
You
all right,
don't read it out
yeah,
loud, read
okay.
it silently to yourself.
Okay,
All right. Now I'll ask you again.
okay,
Ms. Williams described the person who shot Marcus as an unknown subject wearing a black hooded shirt, right?
yes, sir.
And you've already testified that you came to learn that Leslie Williams actually knew Lamar Johnson at the time of the murder, right?
Correct.
And at least at this point in the crime, Ms. Williams is unable to identify the shooter who's actually mounted on top of Marcus Boyd at the time of the shooting, right?
Miss Williams had never got down the steps. She got halfway down the steps.
That's not my question.
Okay, she had not identified anyone.
She was unable to identify the shooter who she actually saw mounted on top of Marcus at that time.
That's correct.
All right. So, she knew Lamar. She wasn't able to identify the shooter on top of Marcus, right?
Yes.
Now, the other detectives actually spoke with Ms. Williams twice that night, didn't they? Would you like to?
If I could refer to them.
Would you like to refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Do you think that reviewing the report?
Yes, it will.
Help you
Okay.
refresh your recollection?
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
I will direct you to this. If you go ahead and look on page 5.
Okay.
At approximately the middle of the page.
Okay.
I'm going to point it out if you don't mind. Sorry, not trying to make it difficult for you. Do you see this right here?
Okay.
Don't read it out loud, you can just read it silently yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was your question, sir?
The other detectives actually spoke to Ms. Williams twice on the night of Marcus Boyd's murder, right?
Are you referring, and I'm not trying to,
No, it's fine.
on page 1, the statement that Miss Williams gives then is not to a detective,
Okay,
all right? It's a responding uniformed officer.
that's an absolutely fair distinction to make.
Okay, so now are you asking,
Let me rephrase. Ms. Williams spoke with police officers, including detectives, potentially, or responding officers, twice on the evening of Marcus Boyd's murder, correct?
yes,
All right. That's 2 interviews just within a few hours of the shooting, right?
no.
Okay.
If you're referring to the initial statement
Okay.
Miss Williams gave to responding officers, that is not an interview.
Okay. That's fair enough. If that's the distinction that should be made, fair enough, Mr. Nickerson. Now, During this interview with the detectives at the police station, Ms. Williams again described the shooter standing over Marcus Boyd as wearing a black hooded shirt, didn't she?
Yes.
This time, though, Ms. Williams also described the second assailant too, didn't she?
If I can refer to the report?
Do you think that reviewing the report would help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
All right, I'll point it out.
Okay.
Why don't you try looking at, I'll try not to knock things over this time, go this way. All right. Why don't you review the bottom of this, right down here?
Page 5.
Yes. And on to the 6th page.
Okay.
Is your recollection refreshed?
Yes.
All right. So, at the police station, Ms. Williams now described the second assailant too, didn't she?
She describes the person standing over Marcus in this, the detective's interview. Okay.
I want you to read that last sentence at the bottom of page 5, all the way on to page 6.
Okay, that's describing the suspect that's with Marcus Boyd.
All right. Would it help if I just read this out loud for you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. She ran to the stairs of her residence, and halfway down the stairs when she saw a subject on the front porch of the residence standing over Marcus, who was on the floor of the porch, and the subject, who was dressed in a black hooded shirt, was firing shots down at Marcus. She could see the muzzle flashes coming from the gun as the light on the porch was not on at this time. She also saw a second subject standing on the top step of the front porch. And this subject was also wearing a black hooded shirt. She described the first subject as about 5'8" to 5'9" in height. She could not see the faces of either subject.
She doesn't mention the third person at this point?
She doesn't, because there is a third person, Your Honor.
But this is while the shooting is going on.
Yes.
Because she sees the flashes of the gun. But she doesn't notice Elking standing there watching.
So, I will say this, Your Honor. She does refer to Mr. Elking. I want to make sure that that's very clear. I think that she believes he's still there. I'm trying to read this as we go along.
Did she testify at the trial? Did she testify at the trial?
She did, Your Honor.
All right. Let's just note that I need to have you guys reference her description of this moment, so I can look at that and see if she in fact saw Elking standing on the steps.
Yes, Your Honor. Here's the point, Mr. Nickerson. Ms. Williams said she couldn't see the faces of either assailant, right?
From her viewpoint, yes.
And she didn't identify either shooter in that interview, did she?
No.
I'm assuming neither a trial. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right.
The only information that Ms. Williams was able to provide about the two assailants, besides the fact that they were both wearing black hooded shirts, was that the assailant standing over Marcus Boyd was about 5'8" or 5'9", right?
Fair to say, yes, sir.
She didn't provide a height for the second shooter, did she?
It doesn't appear she did.
Now, you've already testified that you've seen Lamar Johnson before,
Yes.
and you knew that he wasn't 5'8" or 5'9", did you?
I do now. I mean, I probably never thought of it, but yeah, I understand what, yes, I knew he wasn't 5'8".
I don't want to get into this. You went into it briefly a little bit with the Attorney General's office yesterday, but during the conversation with the other detectives, Leslie Williams told them she couldn't think of anyone that Marcus had problems with other than Lamar, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, as an experienced detective, just because the victim's girlfriend identifies a potential suspect, does that mean you're going to stop investigating other leads?
No.
Now, you testified that you drove around with Ms. Williams on November 1st, trying to locate where Greg Elton lived, right?
And I'm gonna ask you a question. Is that Monday or Tuesday?
I believe that would have been Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Early in the morning, 7 a.m. Yes, sir.
Approximately how long did you drive around with Ms. Williams?
I don't even remember where, because in the police report, I referred to the location she took me in an attempt to conceal the identity of Mr. Elking. I referred to him as street and street. Okay.
I appreciate that, but the question is...
I don't know where I went.
Okay.
I don't recall where Miss Williams took me, so I can't say how long from the time I picked her up, got to the location where she identified the residence, and took her back. So I can't tell you how long I was with her.
While you were driving around, you conducted another interview with Ms. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's appropriate police procedure to conduct a follow-up interview with an eyewitness and ask some questions, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go over the details of the crime?
I don't know what, there were no details. She knew, I mean, what do you mean details?
She was an eyewitness, wasn't she?
I got what she's seen, but I didn't reveal to her what I had already learned from reviewing the reports.
I'm not asking you whether you revealed information from the reports. At this point, you're still looking for Greg Elking, right?
Tuesday morning, yes, I am, I'm
No,
sorry,
no,
I'm sorry, yeah, right, yeah.
You were literally trying to see if you could figure out where this man lived, to see if you could track him down, right?
Yes, sir.
In the meantime, you only have one eyewitness, and that's Leslie Williams, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're the lead detective on the case.
Yes, sir.
All right? And so you haven't spoken with her before, have you?
That's correct.
And you got her in a car with you, right? No, you got her in a car with you, right?
Let me
No,
just...
you got her in a car with you, right?
I spoke to her another morning. I spoke to her on Monday morning.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Is that in your police report?
It is.
Okay. What did you...
Would you like me to point it out?
What did you talk to her about?
She called me and told me she had ascertained, or what she thought to believe, the last name of the witness.
Okay.
And she provided me with that information.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Did you ask for her to describe the crime scene to you?
No.
Okay. So, you talked to her the first time. You don't ask her about what you saw, right?
Yes, sir.
Now you got her in a car.
Yes, sir.
You're literally sitting next to her.
I would
Did you
assume,
ask-
yeah.
Did you ask her about what she saw?
Yes,
You did.
I believe so. She gave me a description of what she saw.
Now, if she had provided you a description of what you saw, you would have put that in the police report, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you go ahead and take a look at this section of your police report, page 4 of, this is exhibit 44-1.
Okay.
And it's that part that starts on Tuesday morning.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a moment to read all the way through.
I didn't get information from her as to what she seen the night of the murder
She was the only eyewitness that you have,
at that time.
and you were the lead detective, and you didn't think to ask her a single follow-up question about what she'd seen.
She'd already given a statement, I'd already reviewed it, I was satisfied with it.
And that was that she had no idea who the shooters were.
Correct.
So Greg Elking never appeared. Leslie Williams, who couldn't identify anyone, was going to be your only eyewitness, right?
You're asking me to presume something, and that's impossible. I wouldn't have stopped there. I would have continued to investigate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go into that. So I think you described yesterday that the way you started on Monday morning was that you had Marcus Boyd's pager, right?
Yes, sir.
And you used that pager to find your way to 3 witnesses who you interviewed, right?
Yes, sir.
That was Ed Niger, Dawn Bird, and Christine Herman, right?
Yes, sir.
But none of those 3 people had any firsthand knowledge about what had happened on Marcus Boyd's porch, right?
They were not present, correct?
Did you ask them about any other suspects?
No.
That didn't cross your mind as the lead detective to ask them about any other suspects?
They'd already told me who they suspected.
But you didn't ask them whether there was any other suspects?
I had no reason to believe they knew anything other than what they knew.
Well, that's really interesting because there were 2 gunmen, weren't there?
Yes.
So you didn't think to ask them about the second gunman?
Did they know anything? No, I didn't think to ask them about the second gunman because I didn't ask them about the first gunman.
That doesn't seem like a natural question, that when you have a crime with 2 people, that you might want to figure out who the second person is?
I don't know where you're coming from as an attorney, but I know where I was coming from as the investigator. That's best I can answer.
At that point, had any witnesses directed you towards any other suspects?
No, sir.
And that's because you weren't asking, right?
No, sir, that's correct.
So we've already gone through your efforts to track down Mr. Elking, and I won't rehash them. The big picture is, though, he was an eyewitness to a homicide, so obviously you wanted to find him, right?
Yes, sir.
You finally met with Greg on November 3rd, didn't you?
Thursday,
Yeah.
I recall, it could be.
So it took a few days to track him down, didn't it?
It took a few days to talk to him.
Yeah.
I knew who he was
Yeah.
on Tuesday.
Absolutely. So we had crime happened on October 30th, Sunday.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm
And
sorry.
you had Monday the 31st,
Yes, sir.
November the 1st, November the 2nd, and now November 3rd before you met with him. What other leads did you pursue in those 4 days?
God only knows.
Well, if you pursued them, you would have put them in your report.
If they were relevant.
So you don't think that actually pursuing a lead where you're able to disqualify someone as a suspect might be something to put in a police report?
It would be if I had found someone.
But you weren't actually pursuing anyone, were you?
No.
Now, let's talk about your first meeting with Greg Elking at the restaurant. Before you met with Greg Elking in person, you obviously had your suspicion that Mr. Elking might be someone with a drug problem, right?
I knew he was a user.
I think you made it pretty clear that Mr. Elking was terrified, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
He's also a pretty jittery guy, isn't he?
I only got to see him under stress. So I would say he is I don't know if that's natural. My total communications or presence with Mr. Elking wouldn't have exceeded 2 hours and they were high stress. So he was jittery all the time I seen him.
It was high stress and he was out of his element, wasn't he?
He certainly was.
When you met him, did Mr. Elking strike you as someone who was particularly streetwise?
Yes.
Oh, you think he was streetwise?
He was streetwise, but he wasn't institutionalized wise.
What do you mean by streetwise, counselor?
Whether he just knew...
The game?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I thought the game would be even more vague.
Not to me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you reassured Mr. Elking that you could protect him, right?
I would attempt to, yes.
While you met with him, he admitted that he was at Marcus Boyd's house to buy drugs, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Elking also told you that he had a drug debt of $40 to Marcus Boyd, but he couldn't repay it, right?
He didn't want to repay him.
So,
Hold on. Repeat your last question.
Elking also told you that he had a drug debt of $40 to Marcus Boyd, but he couldn't repay it.
And you said he didn't want to repay it?
Sir, if he would, Your Honor, if he would read a little further down, Mr. Elking had the $40 in his pocket that he owed Marcus Boyd. He was hoping Marcus would forgive him for $20, and he was going to pay him 20.
Is that why he was on the scene at the time?
No, he was there to buy more drugs.
All right.
Oh, yeah, he went there to purchase and pay.
I'll direct you to page 10 of your report. I think you've already testified that...
Is that 44-1?
This is in 44.
Okay, all right, page 10.
Page 10.
Okay.
This is the second paragraph down.
Okay,
All right? And you've already testified that you were truthful and accurate when you were writing your report, correct?
yes, sir.
All right. And here's what you wrote. After talking a few minutes, he paid Marcus $20. He had the $40, but he could not afford to pay him all the money.
Yeah,
Did you write that?
he had the $40.
But you wrote, but he could not afford to pay him all the money. Is that right?
If I owe you money and I have that in my pocket, I can afford to pay you. I just don't want to.
Well, not if you can't afford to eat either.
Do what?
Not if you
I was getting into the speculative zone.
Okay. The point is...
I got the facts. He had $40 in his pocket. He owed $40, and for whatever reason, he didn't take $40 out and pay Marcus Boyd at that moment in time. I'm not sure about the relevance of all of that, because it seems like things may have occurred before he had an opportunity to do anything like that. But you know, you can go ahead. Let's just try to. Well, I want you to think about where you're going. I'm going to go ahead and stop for lunch right now, because we're getting a little on the collateral zone.
It's a good break.
All right, good. Good. All right, why don't we step down for, let's just call it 45 minutes. Bailiff, we'll be in recess, 45 minutes.
All right, this is now in recess.
you, Your Honor. So let's jump forward to the photo array that you showed Mr. Elking at the restaurant. How many suspects did you include in the photo array?
Total, 5.
5 suspects or 5 people?
Oh, 5 people, 2 suspects.
Why did you decide to put 2 suspects in the photo array instead of 1?
I can't give you an answer, sir.
Well, including 2 suspects is going to substantially increase your odds of getting an identification, isn't it?
I don't really think I thought of it that way, but it could.
Okay. We haven't been talking much about Philip Campbell so far, have we?
No, sir.
Do you know how many times Philip Campbell's name appears in Detective Bailey's and Jackson's report?
I'd safe to say none.
None. Up to this point, do you know how many times Philip Campbell's name appears in your report?
No, I don't.
Would you be surprised if it was 0?
I wouldn't be surprised, no.
At this point, you were telling Mr. Elking that you thought Lamar Johnson was a violent guy, weren't you?
Yes.
You were telling him that you thought that he was a killer, weren't you?
Yes.
You were telling him that you suspected Lamar in connection with other murders, weren't you?
Yes.
Did you think that that was problematic to be telling a witness that?
Not at all.
Stop for a second.
I'm sorry.
I think I heard correctly. You told the witness that other than what the witness might have seen, the person that you were thinking they, might be able to identify was a killer, generally speaking, a killer. Is that what you told?
I suspected him to be a killer, a violent individual.
Did you go any further and elaborate what types of people you thought he might have killed in the past?
No, sir.
And I think I see the question that counsel is one step short of. I get to ask it directly. Weren't you concerned that the witness whom you described as fragile could be so afraid that, knowing that somebody might be a killer, that could affect their judgment?
The answer would be yes. It could.
Right?
Briefly on the photo array. Did Mr. Elking identify Philip Campbell in the photo array?
No, sir, he did not.
And you're aware that Philip Campbell pleaded guilty to this crime, right?
I am.
So, there's no doubt in your mind that Mr. Campbell's guilty, right?
He participated in the murder, yes, sir.
But Mr. Elking was unable
Well,
to identify him in the photo array, isn't that correct?
My reply would be, I wouldn't expect an innocent man to plead guilty to a murder.
But Mr. Elking was unable to identify Philip Campbell in the photo array.
Yes, sir,
No
that's
dispute
correct.
there. So, after the photo array, you sought and obtained an arrest warrant for Mr. Johnson, correct?
Wanted warrant?
Wanted warrant, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Fair enough.
I did, sir, yes.
Okay. And later that night, you picked up Mr. Elking to come to the in-person lineup, didn't you?
I did.
You drove him to the police station.
I did.
You were in the car with him?
I don't recall, and I know, if you want me to look at the report, I will, if I went and picked him up.
Did you continue to tell Mr. Elking that Lamar Johnson was a killer?
I don't think we had much conversation after the actual meeting at the restaurant. There wasn't a whole lot of conversation between us.
After that conversation, Mr. Elking didn't want to participate in the lineup, did he?
Well, he said no. He said he'd view a lineup.
And you had him sit through 2 lineups, correct? And we went over this morning.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
So there was 1 4-person lineup with Mr. Johnson and 1 4-person lineup with Mr. Campbell, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So let's stop right here. Just a few hours before, you had literally shown Mr. Elking pictures of both Lamar Johnson and Philip Campbell, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were any of the other people in the photo array included in the in-person lineup?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
Mr. Elking, in the first lineup, then had 3 opportunities to identify Mr. Johnson, didn't he?
Yes, sir, he did.
And even though he had just seen a photo of Lamar Johnson a few hours before, he still didn't identify Mr. Johnson in any of those 3 opportunities, did he?
Correct.
And I want to make sure that we're clear on this point, Judge, because there's a little bit of back and forth. You recognize this as the lineup photo?
Yes, I do.
All right? And because there was a little bit of confusion earlier, I want to make sure we're crystal clear on this. Did Mr. Elking identify one of the 4 men in this lineup?
No, he did not. Oh, I'm sorry, he did. Number 4.
Number 4.
Yes, sir.
So he identified this man right there.
Correct.
Which one of these men is Lamar Johnson?
Number 3.
Now, as we went through this lineup, the first time it was purely visual, wasn't it? The first time it was just a visual lineup. None of the attendees said anything, did they?
Correct.
Then, so he was unable to make an identification after that first one.
Yes, sir.
Then, during the second lineup, each one of these 4 gentlemen stepped forward and said, "Get the fuck up."
No.
What did they say?
That was the third lineup.
All right. Let me go ahead. I think we've been through this a few times, but I will actually take that back. You're absolutely right,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Nickerson. I apologize. So,
Yeah.
first time, purely visual. No ID,
Correct.
right? Second time, purely visual. No ID.
Correct.
Third time, each one of these gentlemen steps forward, and each one of them says, "Get the fuck up,"
Yes, sir.
right? Including the 4th man, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
This gentleman said, "Get the fuck up."
Yes, sir.
And after hearing those 4 people, he ultimately identified this man, number 4, right?
Yes.
That's both visually and based on what he heard, correct?
Yes.
Now, earlier, we kind of breezed over Mr. Campbell's lineup, didn't we?
Fair to say, yes, sir.
It was another 4-person lineup, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Campbell was one of the attendees, and he stood in position number 4, right?
Yes, sir.
He viewed the lineup the first time, kind of similar to this one. No one said anything that first time. He didn't identify anyone, did he?
I'm sorry, sir. I I'd have to refresh, I don't know how many times Mr. Campbell viewed the lineup. I'm sorry, I don't
Okay.
remember.
Do you remember whether, are you saying you don't remember whether he viewed the lineup 3 times?
Mr. Campbell, I'm sorry,
Mr. Elking?
Mr. Elking viewed the lineup of Lamar Johnson 3 times.
Okay.
Now, I thought we were jumping to
All
Philip
right.
Campbell.
I will go ahead and have you refer to page 18 of your narrative. Actually, I should ask, would it help refresh your recollection to review the narrative? Do you think that would help you remember?
Yes, sir, it would.
Okay.
Page
I'm going to
18.
go to Page 18.
Paragraph.
This is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th full paragraph.
At 10:18 p.m.
On number, page 18.
I understand that. At 10:18 p.m.
Yes, that paragraph right there. Read it silently.
Okay, I think I'm familiar with it. Yes, sir.
Okay? How many lineups were there involving Philip Campbell? How many different attempts?
Just one.
All right. You wrote this truthfully and accurately at the time. I'm going to read this out loud to you.
Now,
This lineup consisted of Philip C. and 3 other participants. Philip C. was allowed to choose his own position in the lineup. He chose position number 4. The witness viewed the lineup for nearly a minute without making any identification. The witness then asked Detective Nickerson if each participant could repeat the words, "Get the fuck up." Each participant repeated the words, "Get the fuck up." The witness again stood in front of the viewing mirror, visibly shaken. The witness then stated that no one in the lineup looked familiar. So I apologize. There were 2 different attempts at this lineup,
no,
right?
there was one.
One?
Nothing changed.
Okay.
He didn't.
Hold on, I'm a little bit confused. You gotta
I'll try and
clear this up for me. What I just heard was that the witness is looking at, Elking, is looking at the lineup, and even after he said, or each of the people in the lineup said, get the fuck up, Mr. Elking said to you that he couldn't identify anybody.
Correct.
Did I hear correctly?
Yes, sir.
All right. So the witness says, I couldn't identify anybody. What do you do from there?
I believe that Mr. Elking asked us to have them step forward and say those words.
And what happened after they said those words?
The witness stood in front of the mirror and he stated no one in the lineup looked familiar.
No one in the lineup looked familiar. What happened after he said no one in the lineup looked familiar?
What happened?
Yeah.
I guess the lineup was over. Mr. Elking we left the viewing room.
But Philip Campbell was in that lineup.
Is that
correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was the defense counsel, to your knowledge, made aware of the fact that the state's key witness, when I say the defense counsel, I mean David Bruns, defense counsel to Lamar Johnson, was he made aware that the state's key witness also had confusion in the second identification, where the other man who was supposed to have been involved in the killing, in fact we know was standing right there in front of him? Did that information get to the defense counsel?
Your Honor, I'm not a defense attorney.
If you don't know, you can say you don't know.
It was provided to him, yes.
All right.
On
So
page 18.
David Bruns also had the information on Philip Campbell's lineup.
Yes, sir, he did.
And to your knowledge, was Elking cross-examined on that
I
during
have-
the course of the trial?
I have no knowledge of that.
Anybody?
I'm looking right now, Your Honor. I recall that he was deposed in conjunction with Mr. Bruns.
No. My question was Elkin cross-examined on lineup number, I guess it would be 4, with Philip Campbell, and the fact that he didn't have an answer. He couldn't identify anybody.
I'll find that, Your Honor.
And while on the subject, did Elkins ever identify Philip Campbell?
Yes.
When?
After the lineup of Mr. Campbell had been finished, I took Mr. Elking from the second floor holdover to the fourth floor homicide office. The office was filled. We went into the bomb and arson office. Detectives Stidham and Bailey were in there, and about 30, I don't know how many seconds later, Mr. Elking made the identification of both suspects and provided the numbers, the positions they were in at the time he viewed the lineups.
Did you take him back for a redo?
I did not.
Because having made this complete switch of opinion, did you take him back for a redo? You did, I think you said you didn't.
No, sir.
You just said, oh, okay, then let's move forward.
Yep, yes, sir.
Do you have a blow-up of the Campbell lineup, Counselor?
Unfortunately, I don't have a blow-up. I have a, you know, a small
Okay,
version. if
you're
like
gonna
to see.
move to that in your examination?
Yes, that's fine.
Then I'll wait till you get there.
All right. And here's the, oh, it's down here. All right, Your Honor, 47. I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked as Exhibit 47. So, in addition to Judge Mason's points, Mr. Nickerson, do you see Exhibit 47?
I do.
Here's what I'm curious about. So, in the first lineup, Mr. Elking made the request that each one of the attendees step forward and say, "Get the fuck up."
Yes, sir, correct.
Because there was an assailant who was holding a gun to his head, who said, "Get the fuck up" to him, right?
Yes, sir.
And what you're now telling us is that Mr. Elking came back to you and he said, "I'm sorry, I lied. I knew that the person who said, 'Get the fuck up' to me was number 3. That's what you're saying? Is that true?
You're putting words in my mouth.
No, that's what you're saying Mr. Elking told you,
I'm not
right?
saying anything. You're saying it.
Here's my question to you, Mr. Nickerson. After he just viewed a lineup where he supposedly knew that Lamar Johnson was in it and was the person who would have said, "Get the fuck up" to him, why did he go to the second lineup and have every one of these men also repeat the phrase, "Get the fuck up to me"?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation.
Actually, we're talking to a police investigator. Appropriate question, overruled, cross-examination. You may answer if you can.
We've already gone over the fact Mr. Elking was fragile. Well, Your Honor, I mean, you gotta expect he's going to go to every extent possible not to get involved in this.
That would be one potential expectation.
And to press him any further would have been ridiculous. He's already made the identification. And I'm gonna go back and say, well, is this the one that said, "Get the fuck up"?
Yes, did you?
No, I'm not.
You didn't think to do that?
I didn't think to do that, no.
Did Mr. Elking strike you as a particularly cunning man?
It's a con artist.
Con artist?
Yeah.
And so, his ruse evidently was that during the first lineup, he was going to intentionally select the wrong man. And then in the second lineup, instead of intentionally selecting the wrong man again, he was just going to pick no one. That was his ruse?
You gotta ask him. That's asking me to come to a conclusion.
You didn't ask him that?
No.
When he told you he was a liar.
He what?
He told you he was a liar.
He told me he lied.
So
Does
he
that
told
make
he
you a liar?
lied? You didn't think that you needed to explore that concept with him?
No.
you ask,
No, keep rolling. I'll ask my question later.
did you ask Mr. Elking to sign any sort of statement explaining his lie?
I put it in the police report.
Well, you did, but did Mr. Elking do it?
No,
You didn't think this might be a really good time for me to create a crystal clear paper trail about what just happened? That didn't cross your mind?
I guess now that I think about it, 28 years later, it would have been a good idea.
Because the entire lineup procedure had been spoiled, hadn't it?
It's been what, sir? I'm
It
sorry.
had been spoiled, hadn't it?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Dwight Warren, the trial prosecutor, didn't ask you to testify in the state's main case, did he?
I don't know what, as a rebuttal, I was called by,
Yeah. But not in the main
so
case.
I wasn't subpoenaed by Mr. Warren. Is that, I'm asking, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to argue. So was I subpoenaed by Mr. Burns?
We can move on, Mr. Nichols.
Okay.
Now, we've also gone over the fact that Mr. Johnson gave you an alibi, didn't he?
Correct.
He specifically told you that he was with his girlfriend on Lafayette when the murder happened, didn't he?
Yes.
So what did his girlfriend say when you interviewed her?
I never got around to interviewing her.
Did you ask Leslie Williams how to find the girlfriend?
To my knowledge, Leslie Williams did not know Lamar Johnson's new girlfriend. This was not Pamela Williams.
Yeah, well, because Pamela Williams was Leslie Williams' cousin, right?
Correct.
And Pamela Williams had a baby with Lamar Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you think it was possible that one of the mothers of his children might know one of the other mothers of his children?
Everything's a possibility.
So you never thought to follow up with Leslie Williams to try and figure out who Lamar Johnson's girlfriend was?
And again, I'm sorry. I didn't have an address, I didn't have a name, so I didn't find that girlfriend, his alibi. I didn't find her.
Did you ask Ed Niger, Dawn Berg, or Christine Herman if they knew who Lamar Johnson's girlfriend was?
My reply would be that Dawn and Christine have met Anita on the Saturday night or early Sunday morning, and they didn't know who she was. Apparently, this was the first time they'd ever seen her.
So is that Anita Farrow?
I have no idea.
Is that the same Anita that's where Lamar Johnson actually says he was?
I have no idea.
Because you didn't follow up, did you?
Correct.
Did you interview a single witness about his alibi?
No.
Can you direct the court to the portion of your police report where you describe your investigation into Philip Campbell's whereabouts in the hours before the homicide?
I only interviewed Philip Campbell for 10, 15 minutes, and basically he knew nothing about the Marcus Boyd homicide.
But you didn't interview any other witnesses to figure out maybe where he was in the hours before the shooting?
What other witnesses?
Exactly. Now,
How long did you say you interviewed Philip Campbell?
I'm sorry, sir?
How long did you say you interviewed Philip Campbell?
I'd say 15. I think it's noted in the police report what time I went in, and it started with Lamar Johnson, and then I went in with Philip Campbell, and then I came out. I think it's noted in the police report.
Were you interviewing Philip Campbell as a suspect or a potential witness at the time?
Suspect.
Counsel was asking you about inquiring as to his whereabouts at and before the murder of Mr. Boyd. Now, I couldn't quite tell from your answers if you did or did not do that.
Did I ask him?
Yeah, did you
Yes,
check
sir.
into his whereabouts?
I asked him where he's at, what he'd done that night, who he'd been with, and I tell you the truth, I don't know what his response is. He knew nothing. I think basically he knew nothing about I don't know if at that point.
He said he knew nothing.
He's,
Obviously he did.
yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you, so you can't remember what he said, so I guess you can't remember if you followed up with anybody that he said he had been around or been hanging with or anything like that?
That night?
Yes.
No, sir, Your Honor, I did not.
I got some other questions, but I'm gonna wait till you're done.
Thank you, Your Honor. We spoke briefly about the fact that Detective Campbell conducted a separate interview.
With Lamar
With
Johnson?
Lamar Johnson.
Correct, yes, sir.
And I just want to be very, very simple and clear here. You weren't present during their conversation, were you?
I was not.
So you don't know what happened in that room, do you?
I do not.
I want to talk next about William Mock.
Okay.
When you were investigating, did William Mock come forward as a jailhouse informant?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mock,
Well, yeah, that's your description of him.
how would you like to describe him?
I define him as a witness.
A witness, okay. Now, Mr. Mock wasn't originally from St. Louis, was he?
I don't know.
Do you remember whether he had a history of homelessness?
I don't know that either, sir.
And he materialized in this case after he was caught trying to break into a church van, wasn't he?
I have no idea.
You don't remember why
I don't
he
know
was
what
arrested
he was
in St. Louis?
being held on in the holdover. I don't know what charges he was under.
Do you remember that there was a capias warrant out for his arrest from Jackson County?
I can't tell you anything about the charges or why Mr. Mock was being held.
You knew he was being held, though.
Yes, sir, I
right?
did.
What did you do to look into his criminal history?
I don't know if I did anything. I mean,
Well, you knew that by definition, he had some trouble with the law, right?
at some point he must have.
Yep. So that's kind of a little flag there to say, maybe I should follow up on this, right?
Yes.
Mr. Mock originally gave his statement to Detective Jackson, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Is Detective Jackson still a police officer?
I have no idea, sir.
He ended up being a dirty cop, didn't he?
I have no idea, sir.
He went to federal prison, didn't he?
You're asking me questions I don't know the answers.
Objection, Judge, lack of foundation.
Well, in terms of cross-examination, the only foundation he needs is his good faith belief that it's true, which I'm assuming you do have that good faith belief.
Yes, Your Honor.
The witness has responded that he simply doesn't know. So to the extent that he wishes to prove this beyond his good faith belief, he's got to give me some evidence or drop the issue.
We can have evidence, but I'll just move on with this.
All right.
If the court wants, I'm happy to give you the
I'll be looking
necessary
to hear it.
materials. In any event, was Detective Jackson or yourself primarily responsible for obtaining that statement?
Primarily, it was Detective Jackson. He spoke to him on 2 different occasions.
Now, let's move on past the lineup. The final witness you interviewed was David Colombo, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
And the basis for that was that Mr. Elking had described another white guy coming to Marcus Boyd's house just before the shooting, right?
Yes, sir.
And you thought that David Colombo might be that guy, right?
I was told that.
Okay.
I don't know if it was Gregory Elking thought he heard Marcus Boyd the night of the shooting refer to the individual as Dave or David.
But Colombo told you he wasn't that guy, right?
No, he said it was him. Oh, well,
Yeah.
he said he was David Colombo,
Yeah.
But he denied the fact that he had been to Marcus's house on October 30th. He thought he was there the 28th or 29th.
And I'm about ready to wrap up, Mr. Nickerson. At the outset of your investigation, you interviewed Leslie Williams, who was the girlfriend of the victim and an eyewitness. That's pretty mandatory, right?
I don't know if she was an eyewitness.
Okay. But,
She seen something.
and so let's go through the rest of your witness interviews. Then you interviewed Ed Niger.
Over the phone.
Yep. You interviewed Don Bird.
Don Bird, yes.
Yeah.
In person.
You interviewed Christine Herman,
In
right?
person, yes.
You interviewed Greg Elking, right?
Yes.
You interviewed William Mock, right?
Yes.
And then you interviewed David Colombo, right?
Correct.
That was the full extent of your witness interviews, wasn't it?
Yes.
What do all of those people have in common?
Drugs.
Well, all of them are white,
I-
aren't they?
I never gave it a thought. I've never thought of it that way.
Did you ever attempt to interview any black witness other than Leslie Williams?
I knew of none.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So you get from Mock, I should have shot that white guy, or words to that effect, correct? That's what Mock says, correct?
Yes, he overheard that
Yeah.
from a cell, yes, sir.
And you knew, from what I just learned, that Lamar Johnson's world had an awful lot of interrelationships with white folks.
Correct, sir.
You learned from Elking that some other white person had even been around, white male, to get drugs. Is that right?
Assumingly so, yes, sir. He came to make a payment.
And I'm assuming you know from your experience that all kinds of conflicts, arguments, battles, anger, suspicion, whatever, can circulate around the drug trade.
I would imagine so, yes, sir. I've
Imagine
watched it.
so,
I've
that's true.
watched it. I've experienced it. I've seen it, yes.
Yeah, exactly. It didn't occur to you the possibility that the white guy that he might have been worried about could have been someone other than Elking? For some
I'm sorry.
issue other than
Mr. Boyd?
this whole, this murder?
Mr. Boyd? Is that?
No, Johnson. If in fact it's true he said that, did it occur to you that you needed to eliminate the possibility, considering all the white folks that were in his sphere of all this drug trafficking, that it might have been some anger statement over some unrelated case because he didn't give the name of the white boy involved?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm
You
not,
don't get that?
I'm not even knowing where you're coming from.
You don't get that?
No, sir.
Even though Elking was somebody that you believed that Lamar Johnson knew.
I don't know what you're asking.
Didn't you tell me that you believed Lamar Johnson knew Elking?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right?
Yes, sir.
Yet you also know that the statement that you were allegedly given, he didn't say, I should have shot Elking, I should have shot Greg, but instead, I should have shot the white boy? Isn't that the statement?
It's not necessarily, he might not have known Gregory Elking's name.
But you thought that was the truth.
No, I said he knew him. Not that he knew his name. Like, your judge, David Mason, I know you as judge.
But if somebody said I should have shot the black judge, then you're going to want to do a little more investigation as to which judge they're talking about, wouldn't you?
I don't understand because according to Leslie Williams,
Right.
Greg was the white boy on the steps. That's been confirmed.
Elking told you that some other white boy had come up for a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that that particular interaction didn't involve something that made Lamar Jackson angry, and then he said, talking to someone else, man, I should have killed that white boy? How can you distinguish is what I'm trying to figure out.
I think you're saying that, I don't know what you're saying, Lamar Johnson knew the white David Colombo, or whatever, and they had the problem, or
I'm saying you had evidence of interactions in a drug-related situation with two different white guys, and you get this one statement concerning that white guy, and I haven't heard that there was any attempt, and you correct me if I'm wrong, on your part to distinguish which white guy the statement was referring to.
So Lamar Johnson should have shot the other white boy.
I don't know.
I don't either.
Now
There's
we're there.
only one white boy that's a witness, and assumingly you got to take care of him.
And the other white boy that your witness said came up in close proximity to the event and interacted with Boyd.
Yes, sir. But he wasn't present when the shooting took place.
According to Elkin.
Judge, you're throwing a lot of stuff out there.
I'm just trying to get answers in terms of what was in, and I know you probably can't remember everything, but I have to look at this thing and decide, was this a botched investigation that led to this man being convicted? Or was it an investigation found in truth and facts? Was the jury given just a piece of the case? Or was there an entire case that was kept from them because information wasn't given to the defense counsel, or the defense counsel failed in his duty to effectively develop it? I gotta have those answers. Because if those answers go one way, he gets to go home. If they go another way, he may not get to go home. Do you see how important this is?
I understand, Your Honor, and I'm not
All right.
trying to be pain, but the only thing I could say is there was only one white boy.
All right, that's what you want to hold to. I don't need to question you any further on the matter. I do want to ask you this, though, because I want to make sure I have that I fully understood what I heard in this cross. I thought I heard in this cross, that I'm not looking at this big blow-up up here, that in respect to the lineup that included Lamar Johnson, the only direct identification that you were given was number 4. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And number 4 we can see is a black male dressed in all black.
Yes, sir.
And Lamar Johnson has on white pants.
Correct.
Then, and of course, Elking had told you the people who shot Mr. Boyd were dressed in all black, or very dark at the least. But I think he said all black.
Yep.
Now, I'm looking now at Exhibit 47. That's the lineup. I see 2 people, one in a predominantly white plaid jacket, and another with a Saints jacket and beige pants, khaki pants, right? Am I right?
Yes, sir.
So there are only 2 people dressed in all black, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, Elking picks one that also is in all black, correct? Campbell? Or did he not? Well, he didn't pick anybody.
Right. Later on, he picked number 4.
Later on, he picked Campbell.
Yes, sir.
Who just also happened to be in all black.
You want me to answer?
I'm
I wasn't
asking you to answer the question.
The lineup wasn't basing the identification on clothing.
I didn't say you did. We're talking about Elking's identification and the degree to which it was reliable. That's what we're talking about.
Your Honor, if I may refer to the lineup form of the
I'm
lineup.
looking right at the lineup. What?
I'm sorry, the lineup, the blown up lineup.
I'm looking at it.
Okay.
Right.
And you see number 3, Lamar Johnson.
In white pants. That is correct.
Okay. If you look, we had this discussion earlier about the lazy eye.
That was from the photos.
Yes, sir. Oh, no, that's what the witness later says. I knew it was Lamar, or I knew it was number 3 in addition to the lazy eye.
All right. So
Okay.
the lazy eye turned it for you.
No. If you look at the lineup, you can clearly see there's 2 different eyes on Lamar Johnson. There's different, if, you can see it, you can clearly see it.
Well, I see a little bit of a difference on number 4 as well, but, you know, we already dealt with that, and, you know, I'll take a close look at that picture that we took earlier. I'll resolve that matter at another point in time.
I'm just throwing it out there, Judge.
So the lazy eye thing, that's when you said to yourself, you correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, Elking's identification is going to be reliable because of the lazy eye thing, correct?
That
Am I with you?
added to his already identification in addition to the eye.
Okay, I was curious, turn me to the page in your report where you said you noticed the lazy eye.
I don't think I said it, I was informed by the witness.
Did
But
you
when
say
you-
in trial
I,
that you noticed the lazy eye?
after I looked at it, but I.
In trial, no, not this
Sir,
trial.
I don't know what
No, not this trial, the trial where Mr. Johnson was convicted.
Sir, I don't know what.
Did you say that?
I don't know.
You don't remember you said anything about the lazy eye?
I don't know.
Do you ever remember saying to Dwight Howard, hey, Mr. Howard, I noticed that lazy eye myself. Not Dwight Howard, I'm sorry, Dwight Warren. I noticed that lazy eye myself. Did you say that to the prosecutor?
In the trial? Or
At
on-
any point in time, talking with him about
Gosh,
the case,
Your Honor,
whenever.
I don't know. I have no idea.
See, this was like a big deal in the case, you don't remember?
Sir, it's 28 years ago.
Did you, who was your fellow investigator in this matter?
Well, Detective Stidham, Bailey.
Stidham?
Bailey.
Did Stidham ever say to you, hey, you know, I caught that lazy eye thing that Elkin was talking about. Did he say anything to you?
Sir, I don't know. I can't recall.
You ever see it in any report at all?
Is it in any report?
In any report by any officer confirming they noticed the lazy eye of Lamar Johnson. Any officer.
No, sir. Not that I know of.
And I guess that doesn't strike you as odd.
Sir, I don't know that any officer was looking for a lazy eye. If they would have looked, they would have seen it. I don't know what they were looking for. We weren't looking to make the identification. Mr. Elking was making the identification.
You may cross.
Nothing further for the state judge.
You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
I know it was a little tough on you. Appreciate
Sir,
your
like you
attempt to
said,
be
this is-
candid, because this is important.
I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you. Your
Thank
and
you.
your patience. I don't know if they want these, but.
No, you can just leave them there.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Can you do what?
May I approach?
Of course you can.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Leslie Williams.
Please step forward, ma'am, raise your right hand.
Your Honor, can I approach you grab the microphone?
Sure.
I'll sit up there.
You step over, ma'am, and raise your hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give in this cause is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please give your name to the court.
My name is Leslie Williams.
You may.
That mic for me.
Okay.
Counsel, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. Will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Leslie Williams.
And Ms. Williams, have you had any health issues that have impacted your memory?
No, not long term.
Okay. Short term?
Yes.
And what is that?
I've had a stroke.
Okay. And Ms. Williams, you and I met earlier this week, is that right?
Yes.
And we talked about the number one rule when you come to court.
Yes.
And what is that?
Honesty.
Okay. And so, I'm just gonna ask you questions, and I know that I'll be asking you questions about things that happened a long time ago. I'll just ask you to testify to the best of your ability, and if you don't remember questions I ask you or the court or the circuit attorney's office, just let us know if you don't remember, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. How did you know Marcus Boyd?
He was my boyfriend.
You're a little soft-spoken, ma'am. Could you maybe pull?
He was my, he was my boyfriend.
Okay. When you said he was your boyfriend, how long had you and Mr. Boyd been in a relationship prior to October of 1994?
I'll say almost 5 years.
And how old were you whenever you met Marcus Boyd?
I was 14 going on 15.
In October of 1994, were you and Marcus living together?
Yes.
Do you remember where that was?
We was living on Louisiana.
And at that time, did you have any children?
Yes, I had Marquita.
And is Marquita your daughter with Mr. Boyd?
Yes, it is.
In October of 1994, about how old was she?
Well, when we moved in the apartment, I'll say she was about maybe 6 months.
Okay. And in October, the end of October, when's her birthday?
November the 9th.
Okay, so in October of 94, she would have been close to one?
Yes, about a week.
Okay. And was that you and Mr. Boyd's first child together?
Yes, ma'am.
What
My
kind of-
only child.
Your only child?
Mm-hmm.
That's still your only child?
Yes. No, I have 2 more.
Okay.
I have 2 boys.
Is that Mr. Boyd's only child?
Yes, it is.
What kind of father was he?
Awesome. He was an awesome dad. He was an awesome boyfriend.
What kind of person was Marcus? What did he like to do?
He liked to bowl and he liked to play basketball. He was more like a homebody man. After work, he came home. He went to the bowling alley frequently, at least like, I'll say 4 times out of a week. And the days other, we would be at home, maybe visiting my family, or my family would be visiting us.
You said that he was a family man.
Yes, he was.
Did he have a wide net of social circle or a more close-knit circle?
He had a small circle.
Was Lamar Johnson in that circle?
After some time, yes, he became a part of the circle.
Do you know if you remember how Marcus Boyd came to meet Lamar Johnson?
Well, they came to meet between me and my cousin. My cousin was dating Lamar maybe about a year before I met Marcus. They became acquainted through us, but their friendship took a little more deeper incline once me and Marcus kind of broke up for some time. And he had been shot up and he was in a body cast. And that's when they kind of got close.
Well, I just want to make sure we understand your testimony. When you say he got shot up.
Lamar.
Okay. And that's when they got close?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that they got close at that time?
Well, he was living like, I think across the street from where we were before we moved on Louisiana. We was living off of Chippewa behind the Jack in the Box on Kings Highway. and he was staying like in a building like adjacent to there. And somehow they ended up becoming roommates for a little while me and him was broke up. But after that, you know, that's when he kind of like, you know, when they kind of separated, they was, I think, doing their thing together. Because Marcus used to do his little outside work by himself, and Lamar was doing what he did by himself.
Okay, and I'm going to clarify with you, Ms. Williams, there are no secrets in the courtroom. When you say side business, what are you talking about?
Selling drugs.
And so you just testified that when they broke up, they were no longer doing that together, or whenever?
No, when they split up, they were doing it together. Like when they came together as far as roommates, I think that's more so when they kind of started to doing the drugs together, like selling them together.
Okay. And at some point, it's your understanding that they no longer were doing that together?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know when about that was?
Right close to the time, like where he got killed.
Okay. And prior to that, did you and Marcus and Lamar Johnson have a good relationship?
I've always had a good relationship with Lamar. You know, he's always treated me nice, and you know, he's treated me like just like he treated my cousin. You know, we had a good relationship.
And you said at some point they moved out, and then is that whenever you and Marcus moved in together with your baby?
Well, no, that wasn't when. I came back a little later, and right when I came back, we decided to get a bigger place, and that's when we moved on Louisiana.
And who all was living with you at the Louisiana? Was it a apartment or duplex or something else?
It was a duplex.
Was it a two-family flat,
Yeah.
side by side or up and down?
It was two-family flat with the two doors side by side, upstairs and down.
And you were living on which level?
I stayed upstairs.
And who all was living in that
Well,
apartment?
my mom, she stayed there from time to time, and his mom, she stayed there from time to time.
Okay, so it's
And
you.
me, him, our daughter, my mother, and his mother.
Okay, so he's the kind of person that takes in his girlfriend's mom?
Yes.
All right. And you sounds like, at least today, back then, you were aware of this drug business of Mr. Boyd.
Yes, I was.
Was that in addition to a regular job?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Is that something that he shared with you or talked to you about?
He kind of like kept me out, but he knew that I knew about it, you know, so he would like if I come in being curious, he would tell me what it was, but, you know, I kind of like left him alone with his business.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you if you know anyone ask you a couple names and ask you if you know these people. Did you know anyone back then named Cerrone Spates?
No, I didn't.
Or a nickname Puffy?
No.
Did you know anyone named Philip Campbell?
No, I did not.
Did you know anyone named James Howard?
No, I did not.
Okay, or a nickname B.A.?
No, I did not.
Did you know anyone named Anthony Cooper?
No.
Or Lamont McLean?
No.
So you said that Lamar Johnson was kind of in Marcus's circle. I want to talk a little bit about Marcus. You were familiar with his side business, right?
Yes, I was.
Did Marcus have any kind of reputation as a dealer?
No, I mean, not of my knowledge, because the most of the people that probably knew that he dealt with the drugs was like maybe the friends that he had and the people that he was dealing with. He wasn't like flashy or anything like that. He was just an average guy. He wasn't the type to buy a lot of jewelry and, some people would be flashy with name brand clothes. He wasn't that type of guy. He was just a simple man.
Okay, so you said that he's not flashy. Was he known to carry a lot of money?
No.
Okay. Did you guys have a safe in your apartment?
No, we did not.
And when you say that he wasn't flashy, he wasn't wearing fancy jewelry.
Mm-mm.
Did he present himself in any sort of way?
He was like a suit type of person. He was like the nice dress shirts, slacks. Cause I was the one that used to try to make him wear jeans. You know, I used to try to see his butt in them, you know, cause I said he had a nice butt. So I would buy him jeans sometimes to wear, but he wouldn't like to wear, he liked to dress up, you
Okay.
know, and that was him. I was like, you're a young man that always like to look nice. You know, I'm like, dang, you overdressing me, you know.
All right. Thank you for that, Ms. Williams. I appreciate you sharing a little bit about him. You, at that point, had been dating him for, you said, about 6 years?
5.
5, okay. Don't test me on my math.
Yeah,
Was Marcus a violent person at all?
not at all.
Okay. And from what you knew about Marcus, if he were to be robbed, would he fight back?
I wouldn't see that, you know, in him. Maybe if it was a situation of them coming in the house and he's knowing that we're up there, that might be a fight for him. But no, if he had money and somebody came to try to rob him, I see him just giving it away.
Okay. Was he someone that, from what you could observe, had issues with anyone?
No. I couldn't see him having an issue with anyone.
Just that kind of
Anyone.
person?
Yes.
And
I was the fireball. He was the one teaching me how to control my temper. So he was real humble. And everybody that known him know that about him.
you were kind of the fireball?
Yes, I was. I was raised by 9 uncles. So they taught me how to fight. And I was the fireball.
All right. So I want to take you back to the day, or the night of October 30th, 1995. And Ms. Williams, I'll keep this brief. Can you share with the court what you remember in relation to what you could see whenever Marcus was murdered?
Well, that night, what happened was I heard a bunch of fireworks. I was about to place my daughter in the sink for a bath. When I heard the firework, before I heard the firework, Greg, he was there. He came over. It was nighttime. I know that they were in the living room, because we all were in the living room for a while. Then I left, you know, just to wrap up our daughter and give him and Greg some personal time. And, you know, I walked to the kitchen, which was roughly down the hallway. Greg was leaving. Marcus was seeing him out. But he was out there for a little while. And so I yelled on the steps, if y'all was going to be outside, why don't y'all come back in? He was like, babe, we just out here for a minute, you know. So I was in the kitchen, like I said, running my daughter some water in the sink. I heard like a pack of fireworks set off, like it was real close. So I set my daughter down on the floor. She was crawling, trying to walk, you know, holding on the wall. She could walk, but she wasn't really walking. So I go down the stairs. I get like 2 steps away from the front door. I see somebody kind of shoveling and wrestling. Then I see the fire come out the gun. So quite naturally, I turn around. I run back upstairs to try to grab my baby and try to find somewhere to hide. From this point, I'm in my room and I'm peeking back out in the hallway, but I have the landline phone. It was a cellular phone. I have the landline phone. I'm dialing 911, but I'm not dialing 911. I'm trying to dial 911. My mind is jogged. So I'm looking back and forth out the hallway. I'm going through the closet. I'm opening up the doors to the closet because my bedroom door went through the other bedroom that was in the back room. And that bedroom was off the kitchen, and then I opened up the back door just in case if they come in, me and my daughter, I can try to flee. But They never come in. So I looked back down the stairs after I finally get 911. I dropped the phone because I knew back then that if I didn't answer, somebody would be dispatched. So by this time, I'm wondering who's on my front. So like I said, when I look back over the rail, I see a few guys jumping off my porch. I know it was more than 2 people.
Could you tell at that point the race of any of those people?
No, I couldn't tell.
Could you see who they were?
No, they had on black hoods, black hoodie shirts, and black dicky pants.
And, Your Honor, can I?
You ready?
Thank you.
And Ms. Williams, at some point, or at that point, were you aware that Marcus had been injured?
No.
Okay, so what happened next?
When I walked down the stairs, I opened up my screen door. He was laying right there on the front. I didn't even know where he was shot at first. Like, when I opened up the screen door, I went down to pull him inside the doorway, you know, because he was still alive, but I can tell, he was looking up, and he was looking like his eyes was getting watery. And then from there, you know, I pulls him up into the doorway, and I see the blood gushing from his neck. I seen when I first opened the door that he had been shot in the side of his leg. Like, it was a hole, like, in the side of his leg.
When you say the side of his leg, do you remember where on his leg? Like, we can't see you, ma'am, but if I'm pointing at my leg, do you remember where?
It was on the side. No, close to the knee. Yeah. That's where I noticed it was a hole first. But once I pulled him up and all the blood started gushing all over me and stuff, it was coming from his neck. And then that's when I just blacked out. And then I opened my eyes. It's like my front was full of people. And the neighbors pulled me into their house because they said I wasn't helping. I started being hysterical from that point.
And Ms. Williams, I want to make sure your testimony is clear. To this day, do you have any idea who is responsible for the murder of Mr. Boyd?
No, it was just conversations that me and him had before. Like I said, that made me feel like, because I couldn't see nobody that he had no problems with, and it was just conversations that we had prior to that day, you know, about Lamar, you know. And like I said, at that time, you know, he was the only person that I could see that I figured, but I'm not to judge.
Sure.
You know, I leave it to God.
And whenever you say
I
that
need you to elaborate a little more on these conversations to the best of you can remember.
Okay, well, I would say prior to that, okay, Marcus was coming in from work, and he was a news watcher. It was an episode that came on the news that some guys had got murdered, and Marcus was like, Lamar did that. And I was like, how do you know? And he was like, because he told me that if they had ever had any witnesses to whatever that they done, that they was going to take care of them. And I was like, wow. And I was like, for real? Well, you better watch your back, because if you know about that, you know. And then he was always like, nah, you know, he was just all passive, like, me and Lamar, nah. He was like, he know me. He know he ain't got to have that type of beef with me. He say he know I'm the type of man where any problems that we got, he can come and talk to me. But we were all young back then, and we were all different back then and things. And so, like I said, those were the reasons why I felt like that about him, you know. And like I said, from there, he told me one day after that, he seen him parked down the street and things. And so I said, well, again, you better watch your back. like that. And he always say, I ain't gotta do that. You know, Lamar know what type of man I am. If he got any beef with me, I'm sure he'll come and talk to me. You know, and that was that. Then like a couple of, like I said, Greg came by, and this is all like within like a month interval, a month's time. And then, like I said, the next thing I know, I heard these pack of fireworks, and then he's gone.
Do you have any more questions, Your Honor? And Ms. Williams, I appreciate you sharing that with the court today. I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. You're not here testifying that you're positive that Lamar Johnson
No.
is responsible?
I'm not.
Okay, I have nothing further, Your Honor.
You may cross.
Just a little bit, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Just want to make sure. You moved, you and I talked on the phone a couple of weeks ago, you remember that?
No, I don't. I've
Okay.
talked to a lot of people.
I know you did. Okay. But telling me, Ms. Williams, that I shouldn't ask you any questions, and I will not. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That took some work. Anything further to this?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down.
And I haven't discussed this with Ms. Williams. She was under subpoena from both sides. I don't know what her wishes are, but if the court would release her from those subpoenas.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. You may step down.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
released.
you.
Mhm. Next witness?
Can I approach, Judge?
You most assuredly can.
Thank you. pending our conversation, or subject rather to our conversation at the minutes regarding an exhibit conference between the parties and the results of that conversation, the Attorney General's office has no further.
All right. It's my intention then to cease the proceedings here in my courtroom so we can get a few exhibits organized. My approach to this, because there's a lot that I have to go over, it could take me a while. I want the lawyers to brief me in the following way. I want to know your fact analysis. And your fact analysis goes to the element under the statute of the actual innocence evidence, because that's the evidentiary cause or aspect of this for me. I will be doing my own walkthrough of all the evidence as well, but I want to see what your walkthrough of the evidence is and how it relates to the ultimate issue. All right? The other thing that I need from you is the degree to which, or if, you see a violation with respect to how the prosecutors handled this case, particularly as it relates to information that would have undermined the credibility or weight of the evidence against Mr. Johnson at trial. And I'm also concerned about information made available to the defendant where the defendant has failed, defense counsel, where defense counsel has failed to effectively cross-examine to the point that ineffective representation may very well have occurred. I want both of you to address those constitutional issues, because as you know, the other aspect of the case is, are there constitutional deficiencies so severe as to undermine the verdict itself? So you got work to do on both wings, as do I. You also need to look at the standard when it comes to the constitutional wing. We don't really have a standard, because this is all first impression. I've determined that an appropriate standard may be found in how our appellate courts take a look at plain error. Look at the wording of plain error, and my initial impression is that that wording is an appropriate standard for how I weigh a constitutional violation, because not every constitutional violation results in a trial being thrown out. But some can be so severe that they do, and the courts, how the court evaluates that under the plain error rule seems to be a pretty good standard for looking at that. And finally, with respect to the clear and convincing evidence standard, I need to be looking for your analysis. And our Missouri cases do have explanations of clear and convincing standard in our appellate stare decisis. You need to take a look at that and see how you would apply it to clear and convincing standard in this case. You know, for example, I already told you before, this isn't a trial de novo. Obviously, I should not throw out the conviction if I simply disagree with the jury verdict. Has to be a little more than that. But how much more is not clear in the law. So we're going to be making some law here. And so you need to check the stare decisis with respect to the application of clear and convincing evidence. As you well know, it's often used in a number of cases that would involve negligence to the point of, leading to punitive damages, things of that nature. So I don't care where you look in stare decisis for how our appellate courts have handled clear and convincing evidence, but I want you to look there. Now that would be a little more persuasive authority for me than authority from other courts, but don't hesitate to give me authority from other courts. Do not hesitate to give me analysis from academic legal reviews. This is all new. We want to look at this carefully. We want to get this right. This is not to be done cavalierly, because there's so much at stake. And then I'll be able to make a ruling. Now, that being said, all right, counsel for moving relative, how long do you think you need to prepare a post-trial briefing?
I understand from my team, Your Honor, we could have the briefs in on Monday.
Well, counsel for the Attorney General's office, assuming you have their brief on a Monday, name that tune.
Well, Judge, my answer is slightly different, and that is, we probably all benefit from the official court transcript.
Well, I have to admit, there are some excerpts that I will be having my court reporter do myself. So if you wish to order a transcript, you may do so. I'm assuming you're making that order today.
Absolutely, Judge. And
I don't know what the page rate is, but you know.
we'll pay it. I'm not worried about that. What I don't want to do, Judge, what I would never do ever, is speak for a court reporter. So I don't know.
I wouldn't either.
That's right. So my answer to you, Judge, is dependent on the court reporter's position. She's very diligent and hardworking, and I know that you try other cases too, Judge, so I have to kind of.
You know, we will give this a sufficiently high priority because I don't want this to sit out there forever.
Absolutely not. We agree.
In a perfect world, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, in a perfect world, I could let him know whether he's going home for the holidays or not. So that means getting it done before December 25th. That's a perfect world. I got a lot to do. So, I don't know how that's going to shake out. Because there's the fact analysis, and then there's what does that mean under the law, and then are my legal standards and conclusions going to be applicable to not only the clear intent of the statute, but the legislative intent as you advise me, and then what comes out on the other end of all that analysis.
And of course, we can start on the legal stuff, Judge.
Please do.
That we can do and would do. It's just, we need, I think, the official court transcript.
For the fact analysis.
Especially since the court has indicated a few times that there are portions of the transcript is particularly.
Yes.
Judge, we may be able to help. We have had real-time reporting since the start of this, and we are, of course, happy to share that with the Attorney General's office. So we have transcripts.
I can only tell you that I'm somewhat familiar with one of them, very familiar with the one who's reporting right now, highly experienced in our system, has actually taken transcripts from me in trial before. That's not the official transcript. But is it sufficiently reliable for these purposes? Fine. Now, the problem here is, my final opinion is going to have to cite only to the official transcript. So I will take what you guys have, that you guys have agreed is fine, but understand that when I issue my final opinion, it'll be based on the official transcript and not, even though from capable hands, what other transcripts I get. Now, you have another question, Counsel?
No, Judge, I was just going to say, I have considerable respect for the court reporter who's here during the real-time transcription. Judge, I echo your sentiments. She's been a long-time employee in this circuit, and I have respect for her. I share your concern, which is that given the gravity of the case, we need to make sure that we're citing to the official court transcript.
Right.
So that's the only thing I want to say.
So you guys can use the real-time reporting for your immediate and analytical work, and it's probably going to match up sufficiently with the official reporter that we can at least rely on it. And then when the official transcript is done, I'm going to be checking my work against her work and making sure I'm actually citing to what was really said. Because what was really said is what the official court reporter does. Finally, when I'm done, I'm going to put out in Publico, through CaseNet, what'll probably be a bench announcement. Because there's a lot of people interested, and I don't think it would be fair to throw it out there. But what did he say? And everybody's trying to dig up through CaseNet and and all this kind of stuff, and then the computer blows up because a whole bunch of people are trying to get into CaseNet. It would probably be a little bit fair for me to have a bunch of copies of the opinion, give a general announcement, because I'm not going to announce the whole thing from the bench because it might be considerable in length, but give a general announcement, give a general conclusion, so that, you know, those, including Mr. Johnson, who want to know, okay, what's the final decision, Judge? What does it say? You know, they can get that right then and there, and then you guys can, you know, enjoy reading the details with a glass of wine sitting at home. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
When do you want to brief?
How long do you think it's going? You told me you can have your first brief on Monday, or your full brief on Monday. You still holding to that?
Yeah, I think we're planning on simultaneous submissions, though, Your Honor.
Well, see, they get a chance to look at your brief and respond to it. All right? So if you get yours in on Monday, then I'll give you guys how many days after you see their brief?
Judge, I respect that the court wants it done very quickly. We will
Let me say
certainly work
this.
on it.
Being where you are, I know what your file looks like. When I was in your position, I was running 75 active cases in federal court at the same time. I stood in front of many a federal judge and said, look, I understand how quickly they can get theirs done. Can you please give me a little more time, Your Honor?
You've got it exactly right, Judge. We have it at least 10 days.
All right, if I give you 10 days.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I guess that if we're pushing it out to 10 days, since we'd be working over the weekend to get it to even 3 days, we'd ask for a few additional days, if that's what it, we have to back it out from the Attorney General's request, right? We were trying to get you to that holiday deadline, Your Honor.
And I have no objection to that, Judge. I'm not trying to rush anybody. We all agree that this is important.
Because I wasn't going to force you till Monday. All right? So tell me what you want.
How about next Friday, Your Honor?
Next Friday, week from today. Next Friday? Oh, I don't care if we're closed Friday. I'm not going to be here to accept it. We're filing on this on CaseNet, aren't we?
Judge, why don't we split the difference? They can have until Friday. If they file Wednesday, our 10 days will start then.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to like walk up to me in court. We got CaseNet. All right? Because I'm going to be working on this at home. So, you know.
Well, it is the Christmas season.
That's right. Mm-hmm. Anything else?
That was not fair.
Nope. Thank you, Judge.
All right, then. You can ask me more than one question. Go ahead. You most assuredly can.
Final thing, and I don't think that this will be controversial. In light of your request for the additional briefing, we would just request for leave to amend the initial pleading to conform with the evidence.
Oh, that's no problem.
Thank you.
I mean, in a situation like this, it's not even a big deal.
Yeah, we agree.
I will just object for the record, Judge, we don't want to find anything that's not in the pleading, but I understand.
Oh, you know, I mean, this is your prejudice, man. I don't think he's talking about anything like that.
We've already done it.
And, you know, since the evidence has come out, it's not like it's gonna be anything that amounts to gracious, like, anything that amounts to any sort of a huge surprise.
I understand, of course, the judges just need to make my record.
You see what kind of work you guys are giving me, right?
I do, Judge.
All right, so when you see something come up about race for judges, you do.
I think
That's outside of my purview, Judge.
I think this really might be the very last
Yeah,
thing.
but I heard you keep working together.
I don't know.
I'm assuming.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson's here on a writ, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson's here on a writ, Judge, and I believe your writ has him here until you say otherwise. We'd ask that he be able to stay in St. Louis until this bench room.
You sure that's what he wants?
I've asked him, and so.
The DLC food is bad.
I think he doesn't want to go through transfer and be stuck in Von Terre for Christmas, so I think he'd prefer to stay here.
For people to visit, things like that.
I believe that's why.
I get the logic. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll keep it. You got that yourself? Yes, sir.
Judge, we're not gonna take a position on that. The department may want to reach out. If they do, I'm sure they'll call.
They have my number.
Thank you, Judge.
No, I'm taking cases by.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
We probably won't see you again until Christmas. We do appreciate you taking the whole week this week to hear us.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. There's been a lot of great lawyers, even though I know some of it just feels like you jumped on my throat like 8 times. Great lawyer.
Thank you.
You know, learn from yourself. That's what I was always told when I was a young lawyer in the AG's office. Learn from it. Sometimes the federal justice, especially, they'll teach you the hard way. You may feel like you've just been taught the hard way, but it always just gonna make you stronger. It will just always makes you stronger. And tell you what, Mike, you're still in the line and winning, aren't you?
Yeah. I try to be candid, Your Honor.
I'm not gonna put a date on it. Make it the first. Make it the first part. And then I'll, you know, I'll take care of Did you get this one right here? No. I got 2 copies. So the court is adjourned? Yes, sir.
All right, Division 17 is now adjourned.
All right, I'll be back there.
Yeah, something like that. Okay, well, we're gonna find that conflict. I tell you what else, maybe, just let me know. Yeah, just let me know.
Everybody, I just want to say thank you very much for all your help, and, dealing with this mics and everything.